that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Novolo into the great for them. Sebi now in the dust. Will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal with.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting day of some PUBG Mobile action. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Spring 2022 season, and I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, hopefully for the rest and the remaining parts of the show. We'll see. Obviously, a lot of time left to go as we have 4 weeks in total of play to happen, and you guys can keep up to date with everything that is happening over on our social media channels as well. But don't forget to follow the talent on top of this. You don't just got to follow those guys at PUBG Mobile Esports, even though that is the most important stuff to follow. We also put out some stuff once in a while. And not only myself, we also have Maxman and Kalaris who put out some great content. On top of that, we have them joining me here on the desk. Max is looking ready to go, and James looking like he wants me to butter him up a little bit more. So let's actually say there's Maxman. On the end, we see the man with the perfect beard, always trimmed, always so lush. The hair, always looking good. Doesn't matter what color it's going to be. He's got a million things going for him. He's got the finest clothes, hangs out with the chillest dudes, but does not go to restaurants because he's all about that home cooking from home. Welcome, Kalaris.
Thank you very much. A welcome, fit for a king, I think is fair to say. The King of Krakow is here alongside the min-maxer, Maxman himself. How are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I mean, you got Kalaris as all those descriptions, and then you have me. I'm just here. I got a plant though, so very cool. That's changed. I actually put up a bamboo behind me, so that's something. And yeah, I'm here for another day of PMPL action. Let's go.
We barely bullied him, Jason, about it, and he changed it.
I won't bully him. I refuse to bully him today and his stupid face. Anyways, guys, we had a great day of action yesterday. We had some teams, head towards the top of the leaderboards that honestly I didn't necessarily expect, though Maxman did. Let's actually take a look now at the overall standings so we can see who currently is sitting in that first place position. And Max, I'm gonna let you talk about it first because it is RESQ. You talked about this team, and they've come out the gate swinging.
After that intro, I'm surprised you're giving me credit for something, actually, Jason. So thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, first place RESQ was 55 points. I checked out the VOD yesterday, and there was a lot of people spamming RESQ. And you know what? They did show up big time coming into this. But of course, being their first time playing in this level of competition here for the PMPL Western Europe is, can they retain that consistency entering the Super Weekend? Because it's fair to say, if you got above 40 points, which is currently TJB in 6th and all the teams above, they already made it. So now the teams below are still going to be racing for that top 16.
Very true indeed, and it is, like you said, all about that top 16 right now, as we have quite a few here in our top 8 that I think all of them should generally be safe, bar Kalaris, like we were saying yesterday, bar them getting 0 points in the remaining 4 matches they have.
And that would be an extreme anomaly if it were to occur here, considering what these teams have already put up and considering the fact that you wouldn't even need to get yourself eliminations. Just coast along, find yourself a nice central compound and play it from there. And a lot of those teams are very capable of doing so. Likewise, some of these teams languishing in the 9th through 16th, I think, are going to be able to secure themselves a decent spot after what we've seen in the past day here, Jason.
Yeah, and I think, maybe yesterday I was being too harsh on some teams when it comes to, well, for instance, XTEAM, right? Their placements to elimination points. But thinking back to last season, we had quite a few teams really not do much when it came to our league play. And then when it goes to Super Weekend, that's when they really start to shine and really start to push for those big numbers. But at least we have a couple of teams we can keep our eye out on. For me, big, if we talk about the negative of a lot of placements in lower limbs, technically they have low placements, high limbs, but I respect, not respect that, but I gauge that as a stronger team in general because it shows you can win these fights, and we know the heavy hitters Big has.
So as I said, I did look back a little bit on yesterday's broadcast, and I did see Big, when it comes to Circle, except that one Erangel game where they took the fight towards Game Lord, that was a really good game for them. Other than that, the Circles haven't been very kind to them. So we'll see how things are going to change today, even though I would not hope that the Circles are going to be good for you. Hopefully they can try and adjust the macro strategies for them to get themselves in better positions, because they show they have that fragging power, but their positions can be contested from time to time.
I mean, that being said, though, there was that interesting scenario of the plane in the south where the circle ended up going all the way to the north, right?
Oh, yeah.
And even that one, though, to your point, the circle might have been okay for them, but there were so many teams around Severny, as well as that north potential rotate that people usually go on, that Big, I think, probably found themselves a bit swamped down with the amount of teams that were around them, despite the circle being okay-ish for them. So yeah, either way, it went for Big. It was not the easiest of times.
That still means they're going to be an extremely scary team when it goes into the super weekends, like you guys have been saying, if they can work on that macro or maybe have a little bit more luck. But also, at the end of yesterday, we were a little bit curious about how things are working out when it comes to teams in eliminations. And let's just take a look at our top 5 teams and see where they currently do stand. And you're going to see your super young roster. You're going to see your 4 Romanian men. But Kalaris, you pointed out when we were looking at this yesterday, there's a big standout team here.
Ah, yes. In this portrayal of our teams, we have rank number 1, rank number 2, rank number 3, rank number 4, and rank 12, which is big currently here with the points that they've been able to accrue as a whole. So, I mean, to justify what you were saying before, Jason, about, you know, you get your eliminations first, and then down the line, if you're able to kind of constantly grind those out, placement can come later in a very big way, no pun intended. So potentially we could see that, you know, divert and change a little bit down the line, but it's very telling here when it comes to the eliminations that 1, 2, 3, 4, and 12 are this close.
Yeah, and also to mention real quick about 4 Romanian men, 24 eliminations, being the second top elimination team in this tournament so far. It's not a huge surprise because they've tried to play a lot more central than other teams in the lobby, and they've capitalized on that one very well. Almost could have got himself that chicken dinner on the first game, but XTEAM did play spoilers to it in some way. And sure, you did say, Kalaris, maybe it's a little bit early to call them the Avenger level threat. Right now, they're the Avenger level problem, like they're an issue. But they're going to improve as we go on.
Like some dust that you have to get rid of in your house. That's a slight problem. No, I get what you're saying. I mean, the thing is that as we said at the very end of yesterday, they kind of snuck by almost for Bears. And then you look at the overall results as a whole: a 5th place, a 3rd place, a 4th place, a 4th place in their matches. That's really impressive, but it's not the thing that's kind of taking the headlines every single game, right? And that's kind of why they snuck by us a little bit.
Yeah, well, let's actually dive into RESQ and their player stats in particular, as they are the #1 team at the moment. They should be very safe going into our super weekend. And we're seeing here like some pretty damn good damage and pretty good eliminations as well. This is the totals from the entirety of yesterday. And at the moment, we are seeing Blood really stand out.
Yeah, Blood has been your top fragger throughout all of those 4 games of yesterday, so no big surprise he is the entry fragger. That is his role when it comes down to it. But these are still not bad stats when it comes to it for Tick, Coyote, and also Hyper. They are setting himself up for success around it. And if I really want to go back to one fight in particular, Kalaris, I would mainly think to that, what was it? I think it was the second Miramar game where they took fight versus 3 teams in a row, and yet suffering almost no casualty except taking that fight versus a super young roster, which was almost impossible to win out at the end. But when it comes down to it, their real synergy in the fights is really strong, and I really want to see that potentially be improved upon even further.
Yeah, if you want to be hyper critical of all of this, you would look at Hyper in terms of kind of the damage to damage received ratio that you've actually you see here amongst all the other guys. If there's a slight adjustment there, and then he's able to convert a bit more damage into eliminations and not necessarily go down before some of the other members in the roster, then this could maybe be what Max is looking for here in the roster.
I think one thing that maybe concerns me, and again, maybe I'm being hypercritical, so I want to get Hyper in there once as well, is maybe the fact that they're kind of going under the radar. They haven't been able to show any sort of domination. I mean, to be fair, it's been 1 day, it's the first week, no team shown domination just yet. But I kind of want to see that domination out of some team, like we had Panda before, Unicorns of Love, or we had Destiny thinking back to last year, right? We're not having that team at the moment be that dominating, driving force so far. And I'm curious, is that just the state of how good teams are being now within PMPL Western Europe, or is it just because there's no team at the moment that's been able to do so because we've had so little matches played?
I mean, especially from all the qualifier teams, right? That's the point that I think you brought up at the end of the show, Jason, which were out of the 5 teams who did get themselves chicken dinner, 4 of those came in from the qualifier, and yet they were not able to back it up with consistency. Yet RESQ, which is a team that did not get himself a chicken dinner, do have that consistency. They got himself a 5th place, a 3rd place, 2 4th place in a row. So they're able to consistently get themselves into that late game. And when you have, once again, Blood, which we did mention, being this top fragger, this driving force for the team, it just makes everything really work out for this team so far, and they already qualified in that first day of play in their very first Super Weekend, which they might also be in a position where they can pick and choose some enemies that they saw in the qualifiers and just get rid of them as potential threats. So they're already looking amazing in just a first day, so I just hope that they can retain some of these performances in the days to come.
Exactly. That's the big point, right? About being consistent over the next few days. We just want to show you guys the MVP actually of day one is going to be Blood. So myself, Maxman, I think Blank probably didn't guess Blood either. I think we all basically had Alicia, if I'm not mistaken. But it's just day one. It's not a big deal. And keep in mind, at the end of the whole event, the MVP $1,000 for themselves as well. So something big to play here for all of these players. But again, Rescue doing well. I think again, the small sample size we have to see today. Can they kind of show up that same kind of level of performance? Do they even need to? Can they mess around a little bit? Can they look to punish some other teams potentially down towards the lower parts of the leaderboard? So a lot of questions that hopefully will be answered across today. But what about outside of Rescue, right? Who are our top fraggers so far in the event? We know Blood's going to be there, right? He has to be if he's the MVP with his 9 eliminations. Let's throw it up on your screens at home so you guys can see who currently is sitting in top 3. And we actually do have 4 Romanian men. Sarah going to be in first place at 10. And to be fair, they're a very strong team so far, but even them, or even they, have yet to show true potential, true power just yet.
I mean, there's a lot of things that I could talk about for Romanian men, and when you look at their roster, you're looking at Redux, you're looking at Do, which were my 2 star players for the roster. Normally they were supposed to be Dexter, but he's not part of the roster right now. So it was mainly standing around Do and also Redux. But the fact that we have Sarah, which was not one of the star players for this roster initially for me, performing this well on the first day of play, 10 eliminations out of 4 games, that's a really, really good stat to have for yourself. It gives me even more hope as to what Romanian men could potentially achieve in the future, right? So, I mean, James, I'm looking forward to what they can do in their first Super Weekend because their slot is already confirmed.
No, definitely. And I think when you look back at what we saw yesterday from 4 Romanian men was the big fixtures that they were able to push down on were the 2 second places on Erangel. And it was the only Erangels that they played. A second place with 9 kills, eliminations, and a second place with 10 eliminations as well here. So if they're able to continue that on through Erangel and show that mastery on the grassy pastures, then that could bode badly for some of the other teams here in this lobby for sure.
Actually, it's a very good point mentioning the maps, right? Because we're only doing Miramar, we're only doing Erangel in this first week of play. Next week, we go into Erangel and we go into Sandhawk. And Sandhawk has thrown the spanner in the works for a lot of teams when it's come to prior seasons. So we'll see how they can perform when it comes to that. But let's actually get an idea of the schedule today for you guys at home. It is 5 matches a day. Each group will play out 4 matches themselves. So they'll be sitting one of the games. And then at the end of the day, all teams have played 8 matches. And of course, you know how it is. All the 16 teams or the top 16 move into the Super Weekend. But we're starting things off on Miramar this time. So a little bit of a switch up from yesterday. Triple Miramar and double Erangel. But I'm excited again to see how these teams are going to be able to do here. I still really want to see some domination when it comes into performance, but also adaptations from yesterday to today. I want to see the teams continually pushing themselves. Because yes, even if you're a top team right now, you got to continue to improve. You got to continue to push if you want to be the best in Western Europe. And we saw the best in Western Europe in PMGC last year, and they didn't do too well when it came into the West League.
I think I just want to take this for a moment, Max, because we have 3 Miramars compared to the 2 yesterday. A lot of my eyes are on Super Young roster and how they're going to play things out. If you look at what they were able to put up on Miramar yesterday, it was 4th place with 8 eliminations and a 2nd place with 12 eliminations. That is 20 eliminations across 2 games of Miramar. That is some crazy kind of numbers. And if Super Young roster is able to continue that form on Miramar here today, they could even end up in 1st place.
Yeah. So Max, what I'm understanding is that's just a lot of eliminations.
I'm not good with numbers, but even I can tell you that's a big number. Okay, be careful there.
We don't even have to make fun of you. You do it yourself, and I think you have a little bit of Stockholm syndrome here. Maybe a little bit confused of like why we're not being so mean. Okay, well, you know what? While we have like a couple of seconds of time here, I want to get your maybe not predictions, but more of like what's your teams to watch throughout the entire day? Like who are you really focused on of whether they do well, like for good reasons or for bad reasons?
For this first game or
for the day?
All of the day. For the day. Okay, so I can pick Eastern Stars. It's not a mistake. Okay, even though they're not playing the first game. Yeah, Eastern Stars. They did not perform on the level we expected from last season. Right, this is one of the top teams that we hope to see at the top. It's just the first day. It can happen. But I do also agree with what Blank said. I have the impression the addition of Dorian on that one game where I think he got 1v4 versus TJB was very impressive. I want to see more of Eastern Stars and in particular Dorian and see what he can bring to the team. So that's my team to watch for today.
Okay, Kalaris?
Well, I mean, I did mention Super Young Ross before, so definitely that is one to watch. But because I've already kind of alluded to why that is the case, I'll pick a different one. And for me, it has to be Unicorns of Love. I think
That was mine as well.
Yeah, they can't go into today the way they did yesterday. It needs to be a better performance, and we know that this team is very capable of doing so. Otherwise, they could potentially go down to the bottom 4, which would be nuts for the first week going into the Super Weekend.
The Nova break.
That'd be
Yeah.
That'd be a massive hit to morale for them, to be honest. And the thing is, they have the caliber of players, they have the experience of the players as well. Just kind of make something happen today. But gentlemen, thank you so much for all your analysis about yesterday and what's come to today. But we do have to head to our casters, but not before we talk about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. I need to go pick myself up some more because it's early mornings for me over in Canada at 8 a.m. I need to chug me one of those bad boys and get myself ready to go for our commentators. Speaking of them, we got John and Blank going to be joining us on the show to carry us away here.
Whoa.
Hello.
Okay. That's not who I wasn't supposed to be on for this game.
This is not right, but we'll accept it regardless. Hello. I like how you were like, whoa, get the blanket off. It's like cuddly time.
Exactly. No, I don't even put my... Okay, all right. I definitely wasn't ready for that. But, yeah, sure.
You're here
in
now.
we go. Am I going to stay in? I don't know. Let
Who
me pull up
knows?
the map feed. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Get that map feed up there. That's right, guys. We have the insider knowledge. Now, the guys on the desk, they were talking about some interesting things, and I do agree with most of the stuff they said. Unicorns I love, for instance, John Allen, 14th place. It's not exactly where we expect to see them at the end of yesterday at 20 points total. I think that their team is much better than this. But I think that, one day it's not enough. It's really not enough to determine exactly how these teams are going to play going forward. I mean, we could even see, I'm not want to foreshadow anything, but we could even see RESQ drop from that first spot all the way down into 12th or even out of the league play, out of the Super Weekend spot, right? Which is very unlikely, but it's something that could happen. I think that looking at this though, today is again that chance to show us that consistency. And one team that hasn't really suffered with consistency in one area is Big John. Having all those eliminations is fantastic, but if you can't put the numbers up to back it with the placement points, it's not going anywhere for you.
No, for sure. But to be fair, we have seen teams qualify on 2 Super Weekends, so not getting into a single Super Weekend, it's not good. It's not good. But it is obviously it is still repairable if you aren't able to make it that far and get a little bit deeper into the tournament. So hopefully we'll see Unicorns step up just that little bit. Obviously starting things off. I think we're starting off on Miramar, right? If I'm not mistaken, I'm having to pull this one back from a state of confusion. And this is gonna throw off the whole rest of the day. This is gonna throw off the whole rest of the day, Blank. So we're gonna have a great time with that. But yeah. Getting into Miramar, Unicorns looking to strike out big.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that RESQ, their stats were actually very good on Miramar yesterday. I think out of their 2 total Miramars, they got around about 1,000 out of the 1,300, at least on blood in terms of damage. So looks like Miramar's where they really do kill it in terms of things. But I do want to say one thing about RESQ on Miramar is it feels like, and Kalaris alluded to this, I believe, either in the pre-show or before the pre-show. I can't quite connect the timelines at the moment. But he was saying that, this is a team that they get, top 3, top 4, but it's enough to keep pumping out those points slowly but surely. And that's exactly what you need when it comes to these games. You've got to get those points in, get them where you can. And if RESQ can do that, they don't win out big all the time. It doesn't matter. As long as you keep punching your ticket, you get to work and you get stuff done. That's all that really matters.
Plane path from the southeast up towards El Pozzo. You see there the teams not playing on the left-hand side of your screen at the moment. PENTA, 4 Romanian Boys, not men, boys, Eastern Stars, and of course Team Doom not playing in these games. For the first one, we'll be seeing them a little bit later on. Blank, I'm excited for what RESQ are going to be able to continue to do. I mean, it was a little bit under the radar play, right?
Yeah, it really was, and I think we just mentioned a lot of that. Is that it's a case of just putting up those points slowly but surely throughout the day. That's what you need to do. And on Miramar, where there are so many variables, being able to put up a top 4, top 3 consistently is something that's going to assist you going forward, especially on such a wild map that is Miramar with so many different things that could happen on it. You're really rolling the dice a lot of times when it comes to some of these rotations. A lot of them can be tactical and be thought out beforehand. When it comes to just razzing it across like open fields, open ground, sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and go. So I think if you can continue to do well on Miramar, it really bodes well for you going forward, especially in the Super Weekend, where Miramar does take up a major chunk of the games whilst you're playing over there.
South side circle. Again, towards Shockwave. I mean, they had a lot of circle luck yesterday, seemed to be going in their favor. And again, it's going to play a little bit into their hands, especially on fairly risky drop at the moment. XTEAM fairly close to Giants, but not really in the fight just yet. Looting up going on. Is that a Winchester? I think he's managed to pick that one up or replace it, certainly. XTEAM fairly close by in Montenuevo.
First kill coming through from Big. From Beast onto GK first from Tongji Bao, so already some action going down in the early game. Now that is a good sign for Big, you know, getting out early and not taking a fall too early on in the game is great news for them. They had some troubles with that yesterday. This time they're starting the game off strong here, which is great to see. Now, I do think that Big has a fantastic roster on side, and they can get a lot done with that roster, John. I just want to see a little bit more of that points progression for them at the moment. I think the eliminations are fine. How they look in team fights is good, tactical, nice. But they do need to start putting up those points. Now, we can bring this back to yesterday, considering we're talking about Miramar still, where I believe they got rocked up on by FTY on Miramar, where they took the high ground and able to take them out whilst they're playing in the warehouses. Now, I believe that Big have adjusted drop spots now to fend off that approach, but that is good news for them. And I mean, if they can kind of reassess where they want to drop, how they want to play out Miramar, and so they don't die to that early on. If you don't want to play the warehouses, just don't play the warehouses in that situation. When you lose out one player early on a Miramar, it can really hurt your point scoring chance.
Absolutely. It's pretty devastating. A nade from Nazgod onto one of the RESQ players gives away his position. I'm not sure you want to hop up there. That is very, very open right now. You don't have all the info you need. The rest of the RESQ players are pretty close by, but look at that. They're all running away. They're just not even going to engage on this one. And that's a decision made by RESQ to keep those players alive, potentially. I
mean, for real Tiger 9, it's all about the artillery, right? They love those grenades. If they can get to a higher ground to start lobbing those grenades further, they will. I do think that Real Tiger 9, they have something going for them in terms of their grenade capability and also the cockroach factor, in which case they just refuse to die in a lot of circumstances. Quite useful for them. But I do think what you said was very interesting about RESQ, which is putting this massive focus on, you know, keeping players alive, not going for these early game fights when they don't have to. They know they've got to continue looting up. You can see here Tick's only got 9 bandages. He wants to get some boosters on side, some first aid kits, set themselves up pretty for that late game and try and get another top 5 finish. And if they get another top 5 finish here, John, on Miramar, I do think they're looking really good going into the Super Weekend. And it's not a team that I personally would have chosen as a big pick for the Super Weekend after watching previous seasons.
My question is, are they going to change up that play style once we see them in the Super Weekend? When you have those longer forms of game series, right? You've got 45 games to play out over the next 3 weeks. If you make every Super Weekend, are they playing more conservatively than maybe they would in those Super Weekend positions? You know, if we're seeing it now, they just want to get 8 games consistent point scoring. They've done very, very well, obviously, sat towards the at the top. Is that going to change? To be fair, if they're outperforming everyone, I don't see they have a reason to.
No, I think that they're right now outperforming everyone else is something that's much easier to do when you play a defensive playstyle in the early stages of a tournament. People are still feeling each other out, trying to figure out where the drop spots are, and then they can, from there, adjust their rotations, adjust where they take these fights, when they want to take these fights. And I think that's where you'll start to see aggressive teams, you know, become a lot louder towards the end of the tournament structure itself. But I do think that a lot more teams are adapting kind of the Chinese team strategy, right? The Nova strategy, which is you can can just calm it down in this league play and the Super Weekend, and then just lay everything to bear in the finals itself, because that's where the money's to be made. And realistically, if you can save yourself for those finals, you know, make sure you have that endurance, that stamina to go in those final moments. That's where it counts the most. And I think Nova has shown us to it many, many times now that that is a winning formula for them. Let's see if these players in Western Europe can replicate that. But RESQ, you know, there's lots of eyes on them right now, and I think that is because they are kind of the atypical pick.
Hopefully they'll be able to maintain consistency though over the next couple of weeks, right? We've seen it quite a few times actually that teams have really dominated in these first league plays, even towards the start of the first Super Weekend, but then kind of fall off towards the later stages. I think Team Springs to Mind Destiny had a little bit of trouble with that earlier on. So hopefully they don't get downloaded and don't display too many of their strategies early.
Yeah. Currently have a fight here between XTEAM and Giants, or at least there's a few pot shots been taken by XTEAM towards Giants side. I do think, and I will say it again, that this is a very well developed team now in Giants. They had a lot of difficulties in early tournaments, and honestly, a lot of the things we saw them do, we were questioning so much. Honestly, I felt like I was an A-level maths class because I was completely confused half of the time what was going on. So now there is a big change in that. And just look at this in particular. Ulysses, Nanobaby making the approach, the tactical awareness of these two guys to make this happen together is going to put XTEAM under a lot of pressure now. And that's what you love to see from Giants. That communication, making it happen. Has to drop to the deck though, takes a fair bit of damage. But Ulysses is there with the off angle. This is perfect.
Excellent control there. Ulysses in the Eagle's nest, able to strike down on the prey. And look at this, 2 players from Giants, they move in, they get that flush. Very strong. Ulysses actually picks up that flush as well. And now they turn their attention to the rest of the players. This fight has been brewing for a while in Montenuevo and finally has come to a head. Ulysses across the way, down into the alley. They want to push this. They want to isolate XTEAM and get this fight in early so that they can have free reign on this northwestern side.
Yeah, it's extremely good as well because Giants are not letting them retreat too far. They know it's now a 4v3. They've got more angles to play with. They can start to apply the pressure. And there's really nowhere for XTEAM to run out too quickly because there's so much open ground here. XTEAM's almost forced into this fight. Nightmare, though, waiting, machine gun in hand. He can gun down a fair few people.
I think he can get the player looking to peek out of the door there, potentially. Still waiting to strike. Nanobaby makes it across to cover, but does go down. Nightmare still has more to do. 2 players have fallen now for the Giants team. But the flush comes through, and it's even now on the numbers standing. 2 players to res for Giants. Nanobaby close, looking for the flushes here for XTEAM, trying to stay alive. On the northwestern side, they don't have too far to go for the next circle, so they can spend a little bit of time in this fight. But Ulysses, he's up top. He has those sightlines, and he is taking control of this fight. Flushes potentially coming through, but Poku is standing ever vigilant over his teammate, potentially even looking for the res. Heals coming through, maybe for Zombie, but no. Backs it off. Molotov there, could tick away. If the burn reaches Zombie, it will take the knock, but no. Out of the window he goes, and the res is in for Giants.
That is some good defense coming through from XTEAM, and I think Giants have ran into this one with a little bit too much gumption. I think they expected this to be a lot easier than it was, but those Molotovs were perfect to stem the tide.
Oh, out wide. Nano goes down yet again. They're looking for the trade and beg for mercy. Dealing death right now over in Montenuevo. Giants had it in the palm of their hand, but another drop shot and the flush is there. Traded out, though. 2 players for Giants, 2 players for XTEAM, but the knocks are there, and that's going to bring it down to 1. Zombie falls.
This is an unfortunate fight. I mean, with the guys on Giants down to just 2 now, it's really become an engagement that has not favored them whatsoever here, John. It's a little bit unfortunate. We'll see what the boys can do. I mean, they're so far out as well towards Montenuevo. Circle centered down towards Los Leones, so they still have a fair way to go. I'll have to get the trainers on because sprinting will be required here.
Beg for mercy, getting some loot on board. Yeah, I mean, it's wise to invest in getting Ulysses back up. You can still get that heal off. You can get back to 2. They know there's only 1 player to deal with, and you know he's most likely going to be on those crates. They should be aware that this wall is the danger zone. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a nade popped over the top. And beg for mercy, take the knee, but he's definitely spotted Pocus here. I think the guns are poked out there. Pulls the pin, cooking it up. Should have heard it. Ooh, a really nice suppressive burst there from Beg for Mercy. This is micro play at its best, Blank. No one really giving too much ground.
Yeah, Beg for Mercy, pretty big mainstay over on Unicorns of Love. Finally moved off it now onto XTEAM.
Ooh.
Making things work. Pan goes over the top. I think Giants know that this fight is just not going in their favor, but these are some great shots coming out from Beg for Mercy, and you're right, there's no meds here. I'd love to see how that fight does conclude.
He went down. Beg for Mercy just went down, out in the open. Ulysses got that elimination there coming through, but I think there was a knock from the play zone, Resable, but there is distance now, and a far south shift over towards, well, look at that, Shockwave. It's going to mean they have a long way to go.
I mean, Shockwave have been very, very lucky with the circles. And I think that, you know, you could say it's not too much luck. They're just getting the circle over towards them. It's not the end of the world. But both times now they have had the circles come to them, it's been a case where their entirety of their backside is completely clear going forwards. So Shockwave only really have to worry about what's in front of them now, and they can start to move into the circle later on. Whereas you can see that they are literally the only team on the southeast side. Every other team in this lobby will be coming down from that northwest, and they're going to be clumping up all together and have to fight this one out.
Big, able to find a player on RESQ. It starts to open up a little bit of the zone for them to play with, but 2 players from RESQ, and this isn't the performance that they want to maintain, but 2 players can still do a lot here on Miramar.
Get enough done. I mean, Blood's out though. MVP from yesterday do get a little bit more difficult, and I think that Big is just starting to push down on these teams surrounding this area. And I mean, they're coming in quite late, right? And this is very, very, very much the RESQ play, to make sure no one else is here. But I think Big spotted them out early and have decided to gatekeep. They have the vehicles in hand, and they can just leave RESQ out in the blue now if they do want to just start to move down towards Los Leones. A lot of teams are setting up position, so perhaps Big, you know, they're not too worried about getting to the circle because they know they're not going to get a good spot just yet, and they can kind of play this around on the edge side.
FTY on the edge side, as you say. But also, this is a team that has played a couple of guarding spots in these circles and tried to control from the, I want to say, the inner edge in a couple of places, but we haven't really seen that have too much of an impact for them. Not just yet, anyway. Maybe it will bear fruit later on into the tournament, but hopefully they can bring it up just a little bit, because at the moment they're not looking too hot on those points totals sat towards the bottom of the tables. Maybe try to bring up a couple more, obviously in that elimination zone, not where you want to be finding yourself.
You see Game Lord there all the way on the eastern side trying to get their way through. I do think we actually missed Super Young Roster going down earlier on during this game, but they did get a total of four kill points there, 4 eliminations. That was probably versus Real Tiger 9s. Really, really good stuff overall. And I think Super Young Roster, this is their map. This is where we've seen them do well before. So going out early like this, yeah, 4 elimination points, great news, but they would have rather have gotten a little bit later. RESQ still out in the blue. Big do lose a member. That is fairly unfortunate. And I think that they could have perhaps started to come into the circle a little bit earlier, but FTY guarding this one out fantastically.
Big do manage to get that res, though. It was Suave on the hillside going down, but did manage to pick them back up. So they are still on 4 players alive. FTY moving forwards into treacherous territory. Unicorns of Love take a knock as well in the meantime from Game Lord in the fight that they are engaged in right now. That's going on pretty far out to the east, and I think Unicorns are looking to sneak on past into the circle.
Yeah, that's the hope. I mean, they do have a lot of cover over on that southeast side, so there is stuff to work with. You've got the silos as well, just where Daddy's currently playing. FTY trying to harass Big at the moment. And I think that, you know, you are just locking down this position as 4, and slowly but surely Big is surrounding it. And for FTY, this compound is no longer useful to them anymore because the circle has moved away. So I do think putting all your eggs in one basket here, now Big can just happily sit around like a couple of hawks and wait for FTY to have to leave. And they've got all these lips to play with, Mozero in the back playing backstop. This is really, really well done. And I think FTY has kind of put themselves in an awkward position where now they're having to use smokes to get out the way. We'll see how far they can get through.
Not really too much damage being sent through, but a lot of suppression and a lot of control being exerted as they try and make the break. This is where they can start to pepper with the damage. This is where they need to find those knocks for Big if they want to slow FTY down. They're not really gonna find it. Oh, Nox does go down. Finally, Big are able to land that damage, and actually another one from 4 Romanian Men is going to make FTY's position even harder to play from. Zodok's location known. And Mozero out on that high ground, out on that ledge, much closer to the circle. FTY, I think this is where their journey ends on Miramar.
Yeah, and it's the mistake that I talked about earlier. Nice shots from Mozero that just sees the head peeking out. And I think it's where you put all your eggs in one basket, you're not able to quite take down a single player from Big, and then they just surround you. And it was just so much time spent doing that. 4 Romanian Men not able to even take shots at Big because, like I said, they have these lips to play around with, so FTY is taking shots from everywhere. Very, very good awareness from Big at the moment, and they're getting a little bit further into the game. And I think this is where their prowess or finesse when it comes to eliminations is really starting to show, because they know exactly what they need to do in these types of long-term engagements. But I need to know what happens next. Really, now is where it counts most for Big, because this is where they begin to have troubles. There is 12 teams in the lobby, and there's still opportunity for 0 points in terms of placements, regardless how well they're doing so far, with 7 elimination points, highest in the lobby by 3.
Center circle shift RESQ. Going to taken out of the running, so the top spot up for grabs. You can see on the overall live rankings, 4 Romanian Men, the closest team nearby. And they are all 4 still standing. So a definite chance to overtake here. I think it was very, very close on those totals. So looking to jump up fairly easily in terms of survival during this game.
See how they can do. You'll Swat 69 from the distance, making a similar mistake that we saw to FTY once again, and Big is very happy to take advantage of it. It's just like one after another, and I think it's the most literal sense of shooting fish in a barrel it has been in quite a while for this team.
You take those.
You take them out. Yeah, you do.
Beast, though, gets humbled on the roadside, and Swat 69 popping that artillery down. A nade over the top, and maybe look to slow them, but get out of this situation for now. Big leave Beast, and down to 3 they go. Swat 69 doing the work here. Getting in those vehicles, getting further in, though, is a tall order. We'll see if they're able to make it.
Yeah, respect this. So Michi did move forward for Big, so the rest of the team have to make their way in. This circle does start to hurt now at Zone 5. You see Michi has regrouped with his teammates of Swave as well as Mozero, and Swat 69 looking for this shack. I don't think it's a great place to go to.
Yeah.
This is very well done, regardless of losing a member early for Big. They perfectly predicted this transitional period for Swat 69. Game Lord's also here.
Mazzaro's caught out in the open, maybe going for the push at an inopportune time. Has to go for the gun. Swat not there, quite on time, and Swat goes down to boot. Now it's just me. He has Game Lord locked in log loggerheads. One player standing versus two for Game Lord. Robs gets a couple of bullets sent his way and catches them, unfortunately. Victor didn't manage to win the 1 versus 1 on the last Miramar they played, but now up to a 2 versus 1. Has some teammates to play with. Mihi tries to stand up, but this time it's down in the dirt. Game Lord able to win it out against Big.
Yeah, that's a huge mistake coming through from Mozero there. The spray into the smoke was just not good. I think when you're so out in the open, you can't afford to waste bullets like that. You need to be able to react on a swivel. And Big going down there is going to cost him a lot of placement points going forward. Really, really unfortunate stuff. And I did feel like the rest of Big left Mickey out in the open, just hanging. And he really did his best there. I think his push up to the circle early on, retreating from that fight from Swat 69, put them in a very, very good position. I just don't think they expected the third party. But realistically, they should have done, John, considering that we're at this stage in the game.
But again, it's that idea of Big getting elimination points and then going down a little bit low on those placements. It seems to be a running theme for them at the moment. 7 teams remain.
Louis off the distance. Laurence has spotted him. Good shots, though, come through with the Scar L in hand. Bullets singing downwind. Hamodi from Clear Vision. Picking up Samo, H&M representative. Tongji Bao, despite losing a player early on, they've thrusted their way towards this endgame at Zone 6, 22 minutes, closing on 23.
For Romanian Men, our second place team right now. 55 points, 1 point behind RESQ. And I think they've already leapfrogged pretty handily here. RESQ only on 1 point so far in this game, and they're not going to be getting any more blank because they are all down. And they are all out.
Redux. Looking for a little bit more, and I think you're right though, for Romanian Men doing fairly good work in this circle. Realistically, they just have to hold off Vamos as well as Clear Vision. Shockwave, like I said, this is what we expected from them. They've not had to worry about anything, and now basically 17 minutes later they start playing the game, because all they've had to do is watch as all these teams come down towards them. Vamos looking for a fight with them. Seco extremely low, just sprays through with the micro, makes it happen, makes it look big.
And Shockwave from the south side, 2 eliminations now brought on board. The circles shifted their way, and they've done this before. They've made it into these late circles by playing for this late engagement on the back of some hard shifts towards them. A really solid result and a really solid enclave for them to play from now, moving forwards.
To admit though, that fight, yeah, it went well for them, but it really did feel like it was a gift presented to Shockwave. Now they need to transition, they need to transfer these into some large points. For Romanian Men though, dispatch Vamos so quickly. They look so good, look at them all. Different directions all over the place. They've got this landscape covered.
But they are all very close together. And they have to maybe move a little bit more central, depending on where this circle is going to shift. And you can see already they've managed to get that foothold in. Redox moving on out as Unicorns get the shift this time around. Shockwave with a whole slice of it as well. A really solid position for these teams out on the east.
Unicorns are loved quiet as a mouse throughout this entire game. I think they've been focusing on getting into the circle, which has been a monumental task from the position that they were in. But finally, they're here. Didn't take too many fights. There are shots flying down towards Game Lord. Not sure how many of them are coming from Unicorns are loved, but it is really this 4 Romanian Men and Game Lord fight ensuing. Finally, Game Lord will go out in 4th place. Not too bad. 10 eliminations total is really, really good to have on your card for the day.
Shockwave, 3 elims. Want to put up more points now. 3 teams remain. 4 Romanian Men down to 2. Unfortunate for them, but it was a hard push to make. I imagine we're going to see Unicorns taking on Shockwave in these final circles, but 4 Romanian Men still not out of it. And Redox, with that foothold forwards, could take control of this ridgeline, but Unicorns probably have other ideas.
I think Shockwave have taken sitting back and not doing too much, far too literally here in this situation, considering they've just let 4 Romanian men look to crest onto the top side of this hill. This is terrible news. Now Unicorns of Love are getting involved too. Seco goes down. Tigers looks towards Unicorns of Love's position, not able to get too much done here. Goodness me, Shockwave have let these teams crawl all over them.
And they are getting devoured, eaten alive. Tiger, as well as his teammate, just getting swarmed on there. Not really too much to do. Just Tiger left standing for Shockwave, and they didn't really have much oomph into this fight. Blank, you said they were a passive participant, and it seems to be coming to bear. But Unicorns, they're starting to strike out, move towards the 4 Romanian men's position. Tiger does go down, so it's 2 teams standing. This is the last fight. One of the Unicorns falls. There's 2 standing against the 2 of 4 Romanian men. Are now top spot of this league play, but they're down to 1. Rana versus 2. Looks for the flushes as well. The Unicorns losing yet another. Reznov low, taking him against Rana now around the side, up to the hay bales, looks for the heel. Rana looks to pull it out. The weapon is there in hand, and he shuts it down. It's 4 Romanian men sticking the heel, pushes up, and it's a beautiful end to a strong performance from 4 Romanian men.
Goodness me, John, that last moment from Reznov, it has to be a clear mistake. Unfortunately, it has to be said. Daddy had crawled its way all the way around the side, giving that information back. Surely they knew that he was healing in that moment. And Reznov is just that little bit of hesitation where he doesn't immediately sprint up that hillside that causes him to lose that fight. He had a brilliant start to it as well with that cheeky headshot he took off. And I thought it was all over there. Regardless though, 4 Romanian men, goodness me, the cojones on these guys are unreal. They just realized they had to crest that hill in that moment. They were like, it's either this or nothing. And they take the chicken dinner for it.
15 eliminations as well.
My
That
God.
is one hell of a game, right? That is gonna, that's guaranteed their spot in the Super Weekend. I think it's fairly safe to say, right? There's no way that they're getting bumped out now. And with a really, really solid performance, that fight against Shockwave, I mean, fair enough. Shockwave basically laid down and took it there, and there was nothing that they really didn't have any agency in that fight. And 4 Romanian men, they capitalized on that beautifully, right? Their timing was good. They moved around. They had control of those sidelines to at least slow down the Unicorns' push on that left flank, and they dealt with it.
Yeah, pretty much it did feel like Shockwave in that situation had the nerd of the school, the 4 Romanian men were the bullies, and unfortunately Shockwave were like, we'll crawl ourselves up into a ball first, then you can get us in the locker easier. And 4 Romanian men were like, cheers, that's brilliant, make it easy for us guys. But yeah, incredible stuff. Check it out, the round report now, see exactly what went down. Lin just sneaking in there with a 3 nade eliminations, but Rana, 1,272 damage total with the most eliminations since lobby was 6 is unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff coming through. 1.2k. Wow, the guy's insane. Rana, absolute beast for 4 Romanian men. Great to see. And Victor there as well for Game Lord, who did have a very, very strong elimination game. I think they managed to get at least 10 over the course of that game. So great stuff from them. But 4 Romanian men dominate on Miramar.
For Romanian Men, closing out our first match of the day, really proving they've got what it takes to compete with the top teams here in Western Europe. They were in the top 3 before, and now I'm pretty sure they should be in first place overall. Jason Cap and joined by Maxman and Kalaris here to break down that last match, and we'll start things off talking about For Romanian Men. And Max, you spotted something out on that very final push that I want you to bring up here for all the lovely audience at home.
Yes, a very interesting final push from Reznov from Unicorns of Love. He decided to push the final player of Romanian Men, actually. Yeah, he pushed it with 8 bullets in his scar, and I do not think he was out of bullets because they only had 2 eliminations before that ordeal happened in the first place. So I don't know if he just felt like, oh, I don't have time to reload, I need to push now before he gets the first aid. Like, he felt a sense of urgency and he just pushed it, but that 8 bullet only allowed him to get the flush, and then he couldn't take the fight anymore. So that was potentially the mistake that cost him the win.
Well, we can see our results here from this last match in our biggest point game yet. 30 points coming through out of them, 15 eliminations, 15 placements. That is a phenomenal game. And, you know, funny enough, that's basically all you need to get yourself into, well, pretty much almost all you need to get yourself into the Super Weekend. But a fantastic finish nonetheless here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think For Romanian Men played this game spectacularly. There were effectively phases of the game where they were blasting everything. If I recall correctly from what we saw at the very end, they did over 3,000 damage in this game. So for them to be able to take the phase where they were kind of up in that northwest side of the circle, you know, do a lot of damage and get some eliminations there, and then move and transition quite nicely. There was no need for them to kind of look on their backs in terms of what was going on because Big was so preoccupied up towards the north. And then the position that they took up residence and holding everybody out on the west became the next phase of their elimination spree here, Max.
There's one team that's been pretty silent and we still need to talk about right now. It is Shockwave, and we talked about potentially consistency for some of these qualified teams. When you look back on the last 2 games of yesterday, Game 4, a 3rd place was 3 eliminations. Their 5th game, it was a chicken dinner, was 11 eliminations. And once again, they put themselves up in that top 3. That's 3 top 3s in a row currently for Shockwave. And they are, like, right now confirmed also to make it in the very first Super Weekend. So Shockwave sure was silent at the start, but things are heating up for this team.
Yeah, and that's honestly what we need to see teams be doing, right? You have to be growing in the event. You have to continue to improve, not start really high and peak in the first week of the event. But moving on to the second page here, we are going to see, you know, RESQ, who was #1 so far at the end of the first day of play, getting 15th there in points. We can see some other teams in there, super young roster as well. Some other teams that, you know, had some really good standings going into today. And Real Tigers 9UK as well, a team that I didn't really expect, a team who didn't come in through the qualifiers, but we haven't seen any of the players playing in a PMPL before. They get themselves 16th place.
We think that overall what they did yesterday is going to be enough to push them forwards, right, for Real Tigers 9. So not too much concern there. There is a major concern, though, that we do have to talk about, which is the dynamic that we may see play out here, Max, between Giants and XTEAM now on Miramar, which we didn't see play out yesterday, of course, because of the fact that they actually dodged each other on both of the Miramars due to the groups and how they play out. But now, Max, because they're both interested in Monte Nuevo and they will be playing each other on every Miramar here today, there could be that conflict continuing.
Yeah, it could continue. All the teams, especially after the defeat of XTEAM in that very first fight, could be thinking, well, there's a lot of other available positions. It is Miramar after all. The map is like the most drops you could go to in this map. Just change it completely. But as I did mention during that game, they do have Beg for Mercy on their team. And Beg for Mercy is a man that doesn't care very often about your feelings, and he's just going to push it anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the fight happen again and again and again, just because Beg for Mercy is involved.
It reminds me of, was it good old boot camp over on Sandhawk? We had 2 or 3 teams fighting so consistently. Was it last season or was it PMGC? I think it was in PMGC.
It was
eventually one team. Infinity, and there was another team I can't remember off the top of my head. But eventually one of those teams had to give up and run away. But we'll see what's going to happen. Let's actually dive into For Romanian Men and see this last match in terms of the player breakdown. I want to see who really was staying out for the team. And to be honest, I mean, Rana and Redux really doing some serious work here.
I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing for Romanian Men, because I mentioned it initially at the start of this tournament. Do and Redux were the 2 big players I was looking out for. Sarah being the top fragger of yesterday was great to see. And now we even have Rana, 69, popping off on the second day on this very first game. Very nice. I have the impression that they all right now stepped up And it's not just the fact of Duo and Redox, now it's the entire team that has become that threat to the other teams in this lobby. So I'm sold for the Romanian hype train. Of course, this is not the Super Weekend, so it could be different, but I'm happy with what I'm seeing so far.
It also shows how little threat that they had to them in this game as well. If you think about how much damage they were able to put out, and the damage received is really not that much relative to what we've seen other teams when they've gone through the paces, gone through that war zone that sometimes they find themselves in here. So they had amazing control of their positions and their angles, never mind being able to pump out the damage the way they were able to in this game.
Okay, let's actually move on to talk about another team here. And Kalaris, you were mentioning it while we were watching the game live. Big, a team who was 5th place overall in eliminations at the end of day 1. They put up, I think it was, what, 7 or 8 eliminations in this last match
7.
as well. Let's just jump into their player stats and see who's really helping carry the team through. And we were kind of elaborating on this, or expanding on this idea about them. And even Imperium mentioned that they remind us of like Nova in PMGC, where they're just hungry for eliminations, and they're not really worried about pushing too hard on placements until the Super Weekend.
Yeah, very interesting, because not dissimilar to what I thought about Romanian Men's game, I think it was game 1 of yesterday, where they weren't really paying attention too much to the backfill potential. I thought Big was going to do the same here to Romanian Men in this game, considering I thought, okay, well, that's a decent avenue of movement through into the middle, towards the middle of the circle. Maybe they can do that. But instead, they decided to focus entirely on the east, go for those engagements wherever they could find them. In the end, it didn't pay off fully, because they're going up against someone like Gamelord. I think if they were going up against other teams that maybe were a bit more wishy-washy as some of their results, it could have played out better for them. But Gamelord is a fierce opponent. But Big, yeah, definitely looking for those engagements, looking for those fights. And the eliminations are coming with them. I think that they're probably at plus 30 eliminations now across the games, Max, despite not having the most amazing placement point.
Were you asking me to do math right now? It's probably around that kind of margin.
I just agree.
Overall. But yeah, they did get themselves in a very tricky situation, as you said, also versus Gamelord. They finished up in a very strong nadeable position. So Gamelord just took the advantage there, threw a bit of utility, then went for the push. It was pretty easy fight for them. So unfortunate for Big, but it goes to show that not only did they start off well, they got 6 eliminations in the first few minutes of this game, and yet they were still remaining as a 4-man crew, showing that when they take fights, they take it efficiently, they remain on top, they heal up, and they go after for another fight. So efficiency is the name of the game for Big right now, and aggressiveness, I think, is also another word they're definitely following right now.
So multiple names of the game here for Big.
2.
Efficiency, aggressiveness, sustainability, handsomeness. I'm running out of words.
Big,
Just hoping
maybe?
eventually what
Gross, you said yesterday?
That's fat in French. That's not it. That's like
Near enough.
John and Mike were wrong. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Well, we're learning French here on PMPL Western Europe. But gentlemen, thank you so much for your input on how the last match did go. We're going to take a look at the schedule, though, quick before I kick you out of here, especially Max trying to call me fat. I know I put on weight, all right? Corona, man. It's not my fault. We can see Erangel coming up next here as match number 2. There's only 2 Erangels throughout the day, and we still have 2 Miramars to come up next. And Group D will be sitting out. And you're asking, Jason, who is in Group D? Well, there you go. You got 5 Threats, Giants, Shockwave, and TJB all going to be sitting out this match. But we are going to still see Big. We're still going to see Romanian Men. We're still going to see Shockwave. We're still going to see Unicorns of Love. So I'm curious if things might change happening here in this next match. But ladies and gentlemen, I believe, if I heard correctly, it is time to go to our commentators. And hopefully they are cuddled up with a nice little blanket, maybe a nice little book. We'll hopefully have to put the book down right now. Maybe a nice tea, because it is time to head into our second match of the day. We got Blank and Imperium to join us for the first time today, at least for Imperium.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much to Jason and the crew. Blank, are you ready for game 2 of the day off the back of what was a very entertaining game 1?
Yeah, I've had my tea now. You know, as Jason said, he just summoned tea into my hand, which was very jarring, but also great news for me because I am a little bit parched. But yeah, there was a fantastically exciting previous game there. Imperium did enjoy it lots, and I think that's one of the games where I feel like it was justified who won that one, made the correct plays. And we were just talking about confidence in particular coming through from Romanian Men, just making that winning play. Regardless of what was happening, I mean, the push up onto the hillside was extremely good, but that needed to be made straight away. The heal from Rana had to be made straight away as well. There's no doubt in the minds of Romanian Men right now, and that's what's keeping them on top.
The guys mentioned on the desk about Big and bringing that kind of element of Nova, where they're just not really trying super hard on the league plays, that they're using these early days and the early weeks to really kind of set themselves up for the finals. Are 4 Romanian men showing their hand too early? Are they giving the rest of the lobby too much to take into the super weekends, to take into the finals, where they could end up getting countered, they could end up getting shut down earlier, and they're giving 4 Romanian men a false sense of security?
I would say no. I think I actually brought up the exact same point on the previous cast. Honestly.
Sorry,
yeah.
I didn't hear.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's funny because I know you didn't hear me during that cast, so that's interesting to know that we were on the same wavelengths there. But I do think that, you know, during this PMPL Western Europe, not to sound rude or anything, but I do think when you get to that global stage, taking it easy and having a step back, it is a much better choice than going all in straight away. Whereas when you're in PMPL Western Europe, and perhaps, you know, the calibers of teams, it's a little bit more spread out, right? Like let's say take PMGC for example, the skill group is like this, right? It's very, very tight.
Yeah.
But when you get to like a PMPL, skill group can be somewhere like, get this on screen. I'm going to come across this way, or come across this way, come across this way. It's a bit more like this. I'm in. I've located the position. It's a bit more like that, right? There's a lot more room to give. And I think for Romanian men, I'm not going to do the hand signals anymore. I don't think I can make it happen. They're on the upper echelon of that end, right? They can afford to keep going with all this, with this gumption, with this bravado coming into these games, because I believe that if they continue these kind of performances, they'll continue it throughout the entirety of PMPL Western Europe.
That's a really good point you bring up, and that's what worries me about a team such as Unicorns of Love. I've recognized and noticed under Exquisite Decode, under even Laka Nostra MVP way back in the day, that the Unicorns of Love roster have struggled in lower grade tournaments, in tournaments where that gap is even bigger than PMPL in terms of skill between the teams in the lobby. And to see that hesitation come out from Reznov in the very end, where it matters, where you absolutely have to, you know, have every single level of confidence to not waste any time, to see that happen in this game, it worries me for Unicorns of Love going into, you know, down the line, should they qualify for PMGC, and they might get blown away by the confidence and the quality of the lobby. We'll have to wait and see if they can improve on it, as the playing path has come through in this game number 2.
I think you make a good point, to be honest with you. I do think that slight hesitation, you know, he was down on bullets as well. That requires some serious thinking, because you're taking the initiative there. I think for, although I did compliment Rana for this, for Rana it's a case of pressing one button, go for the heal, and then worry about what happens afterwards. For Reznov, there's a lot of different things going on. So do I reload? Do I push back? Do I go over the hill? Do I try and go for the flush? There's a lot of different decisions he has to make there. So I can't blame him too much for that situation, but it did cost them the game regardless. One thing I will say, and I don't know if you agree with this one, Mr. Imperium, is that I've noticed that Alicio is going down very, very early many, many times. We both know that Alicio is a killer of a player. He is unbelievably good at this game. And I do think that sometimes he takes it on himself too much to try and carry the team. And sometimes that means that he has to be both the initiator, the fragger, and the off-angle specialist. And I think when you're trying to fill all those roles, it's more likely that you're going to go down early. But they do desperately need him when it comes to those final moments. If Alicio, not to the bad mouth Reznov, but I do think if Alicio was in that situation where he was versus Rana who got the initial headshot, I think personally he probably would have clutched that out.
I fully agree, especially, and I know we've been talking about Unicorns of Love a lot. The phase one has popped up. It's opposite to the playing path, but I fully agree. And the addition of Icy and Maximum really hyped Icy up as well. I was looking at this going, okay, Alicio has a partner in crime, right? Alicio has a player that can push with him to not only help Unicorns Love to be an aggressive team in these fights, but to keep Alicio alive, to take the pressure off him. So you are dead right, and I've recognized that about Alicio going down too early in these games, and it is really hurting the overall results of the team.
Yeah, because I think once he gets that late game, he really does shine. And I think perhaps it's just a case of getting used to it, that he knows that he can play alongside Icy. Because he has been playing that solo champion for a long, long time now. And it might be just a bit of that adjustment that needs to be taken. Because I'm still very impressed by Icy. Even in those final moments versus 4 Romanian Men, he was causing them so many problems just playing around that crest, giving Reznov all the time he needed to get those shots off. Anyway, that's enough about Miramar. Let's take a look at Erangel really quickly, because we are getting this northwest circle, as you mentioned, Imperium, with Big in a good position this time around. Shockwave not playing, so they can't take the Zaki spot anymore, even though we are heading up towards Zaki. Super young roster down towards Primorsk. Would like to see a little bit more out of this team. I mean, going down so early last game was a bit unfortunate, but they did go down with a little bit of a funeral dirge there with the 4 eliminations that came through. Was happy to see that. At least they went down swinging right. But I do think they need to keep this up, because they're currently doing fairly well. You can see at the top of your screen there, still 5th place, 51 points, looking good. But in my eyes, they're a top 4 team, and I'd like them to continue with that.
Can't disagree with you, or can't agree with you anymore, should I say. PENTA, this is their first game of the day. They dropped the military island. It's pretty good stuff. That was. There you go. They didn't really get punished by rotations through the Western Bridge and yesterday's Erangel games, but we did see them get a little bit higgledy-piggledy a couple of circles later, because they failed to rotate earlier in the game, in my eyes at least. So I'd like to see that correction come through, and so far it's looking that way.
They had a bit of a weird one, right, where it was a case of a slow rotate up to the Western Bridge, cautiously scout out just to the east side of Ferry Pier, and then all hands on deck, let's go straight into Pachinki on that south side immediately without doing any scouting whatsoever. So they were like a very, very, very strange car that, you know, it's 0 to 60, 0 to 40 at least in 10
like
seconds,
a Tesla,
and then 40 to 60 in 0.1. Yeah, like a Tesla. There you go. So very, very weird in my opinion. So hopefully PENTA can fix that. And like you say, you can't see a map. You can't see the map right now at home, guys, but we can confirm they are currently on their way to cross that Western Bridge and get into position. This is practically the same circle as we saw last time. So they do get some practice at adjusting this rotation, all going together now. Super young roster haven't had a chance to move up off to that northeastern side as they do start in Primorsk. This is perfect in my opinion. I don't think PENTA could have done this better.
Of course, we know with this kind of phase on circle, blank, it really incorporates the threat of north of the river, south of the river. We've seen a lot of teams not being afraid to hold down and lock down the ruins area, especially the High Ground Cathedral and the kind of Watertown split. Right now, Doom, once again, their first game of the day, they have a 2-2 split between Rostock and Watertown, which I think is definitely a good start in this game. And Vamos going for an early rotation, looks like to the Cube compound outside of George Paul.
It's moving up through ruins there. Not too bad. I'm okay with this play. I mean, it does set you in motion for kind of holding down both sides of the river now, which is not a bad thing to do. You know, it gives you options later on. And I think where you're playing up towards this North George side, this northwest side of the map, not a lot of players are going to be in this area regardless, this early in the game at least. So you can make some decisions. I do think this push up towards shooting range is a little odd though, I will admit.
It's a bit, I look at it as being not necessarily too deep too early, but an unnecessary deep rotation where we could see maybe not phase 2, but phase 3 shift massively over to the east, and then they're locked down by the likes of Big, maybe RESQ and even Doom. So yeah, I do look at that rotation as a little bit weird. Ooh, they're going to Zaki. What?
Yeah, I don't really understand. I think that, you know, the reason Shockwave did so well yesterday is because the circle decided that it would go to Zaki, and I don't really think we see many Zaki circles anyway, Imperium. So yeah, this rotation has gone from strange to weird to very, very unusual. So I'm interested to see how much this pays off. I mean, it's even more strange because they went through shooting range as opposed to moving through Georgia Pole, which would keep them out of sight of Big. But we all know that Michi, and if you've watched any of PMPL Western Europe, you know that he immediately heads off to that western side, just above shooting range, to do some early scouting. So I'm without a doubt in my mind, I'm pretty sure that he will have spotted that rotate. So at least they can be aware of them. But I just don't think that even Michi would suspect that anyone's going up to Zaki. We are going to have our circle pop very, very shortly, guys. So we'll see where that does head up. Like Imperium said very aptly, it's like this could still threaten a South River finish. It could be very awkward.
Centralizes quite nicely. I don't think it's a bad shift overall. The river split is in play, but this is what we're looking at with Vamos Blank right now. They're outside of the circle. Yes, okay, they're going to have an easy path in initially, but you're going to have a lot of teams around them where it could become a little bit too hard to deal with.
Yeah, you're still banking on this kind of shift though, right? If you're playing up towards Zaki side. It does favor them a little bit, to be honest, because you can move down from that northwest side without too much worry of anyone taking any pot shots at you. 4 Romanian boys moving over the coastal side towards the north. Big trying to take some shots at them. Missing a few of them, but some of them were on target. As you can see, Poco and Royal have taken just a tiny little bit of damage here. Tudor's going to go for the refuel and send them back on their way.
I thought that was very clever by Big to adjust their positioning in the early parts of this game. You're right about Mihi in terms of normally he does like to go towards shooting range hillside, but I think based on that phase 1 circle and the playing path being more on that eastern side, him and the rest of the team recognize that there is always going to be a potential for more teams coming from the eastern edge of Severny. So Beast, for example, was just a little bit down the south of Severny. So they were able to set themselves up to get just more early game information on teams coming from the east, and they've sent 4 Romanian boys packing over to the western side.
Oh yeah, and I mean that is such a typical rotation for a lot of teams, is that north coast push alongside the beaches. It does give you a little bit of cover with the way the beaches do slope downwards, so you know it was okay from 4 Romanian boys, but I do think Big set themselves perfectly. Even if they didn't get any of those knocks or flushes, you're right, Imperium, they definitely got a lot of information going forward. So a lot of these teams favoring this northern side of the river. You still got a couple outside at the moment, with Penta actually on top of Everest of all places. Super Young roster, they've made that Primorse rotate on the western side past Quarry up towards South George.
Very risky rotation from XTEAM. They should know that Game Lord go to Yasnaya. They should also know that Game Lord will be thinking, okay, a team might be rotating to the north of Yasnaya. Yes, it is phase 2 and the blue zone is closing in, and they might be thinking, okay, well, we're later into the phase 2 shift, but I still look at that as a risky rotation from XTEAM. They get away with it this time.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you saw how damaged that vehicle was as well. It could have been it could have been a very different scenario, looking at everything that did occur. But Unicorns of Love currently taking a quick little scuffle with the guys from Big, but it does go back both ways there. Reznov hits the deck too, and is in fact flushed. So down to 3 now for Unicorns of Love. They're really battling out for this spot, but Big currently have the upper hand, although Unicorns of Love, they have the higher ground.
Big had focused a little bit on the teams coming from the east, so they allowed that shooting range hillside to be a bit more open. Unicorns of Love, who dropped in Impala, looked to take full advantage of all. I appreciate Unicorns of Love's deeper rotation, but you got to recognize that this early into the game, a spread as heavy as they had in phase 2 is always going to hold its risks. Phase 3 pops up blank, it shifts over to the west. We're looking at a shooting range finish.
And I mean, for Vamos, this is happy days, right? You go to Zaki, you get some good loot going on, and the circle comes directly towards you. So now you can start to move their way in, play around this very, very well-placed hillside, just the western side of shooting range. But for a lot of other teams, you can imagine the action is so most definitely coming at this point in time. 63 players still in this lobby, with the only casualty so far being Reznov from Unicorns of Love. 16 teams about to get into a very, very cramped area where it is almost certain that some fisticuffs are going to go down.
At least it wasn't Alicio that went down, right? He's still alive.
Yeah, true,
true. Step in the right direction.
I think you just cursed them. Yeah.
Oh my god, I just did. For Romanian Boys finds Icy. I think a second elimination comes through. Daddy and Alicio, the last player standing, looking to play on the airplane dips, to the crash field, if you want to call it. And I think it's a very risky spot to go as a 3-person team, never mind a 2-person team, me and the rest of Big getting involved. Even a little bit of a third party as for Romanian Boys staying strong as a full squad.
I like this, though. I mean, it could all come back to bite us at this point in time. Nice nade from Daddy, though. He's thrown a couple of those bobblers. Now, finally, Mickey is going to go for a response here. I mean, I think Alicio heard us when we said we was dying first too much, so he requested the rest of the team went down first, and he would be the sole survivor. This is not what I meant. What I meant was all 4 of you be alive with Alicio in tow. That would be perfect.
It's like, what, Goldilocks and the 3 Bears? You know, we want it to be just right. And Alicio goes absolutely wild on the buggy. I believe he got a run over into Swain. Mazara is now on his own, gets out of the vehicle. DP28, peeking over each side of the tree. He takes the shots, but he has to reload. Switches over to the M4 with the red dot in play. Mazara is under a hell of a lot of pressure, but he gets back behind the tree. This is technically, for now, an isolated 1v1, but Big, the rest of the team should be there to support him.
Yeah, Mickey's going to take higher ground here, and it's all but over now for Alicio. Mickey spots him out. The smoke's not going to save him here. Good shots down range, and Mickey will finish up that final player. Big still with 4 there. And Unicorns of Love, goodness me, does not go well for them. And I think there was an idea in mind, take up the actual plane position, the crashed plane, try and hold out there for as long as possible, but it is just not their day today. Big, on the other hand, now they've got a very, very strong spot here going forward. And I think if you are Unicorns of Love, you do have to play edge in this situation, right, Imperium? Because can't really afford to head center so early. There are so many teams that have already found position. Nasty circle down towards this southwest side, though. But it does favor super young roster.
It does, and I'm looking at Clear Vision's hillside spot that they have in the northeast, and I gotta think they need to do everything they can to defend that spot. It's a great area to hold on to in this kind of shift. Eastern Stars, you can see, taking a bit of a fight to the side of Real Tigers 9. An initial knock comes through, a revive is played out. Mango returns with a knock into Athos. That opens the door. He pushes forward out of the smoke. This is on the shooting range hill, a very tricky area to fight in. He's like another nade is coming through, and Octavian, he goes down.
This makes me laugh so much because whenever I talk about Real Tiger 9, all I ever see them do is throw some crackers of some grenades. And they've already taken down 2 just from Mango on his lonesome. Bloody good stuff there. Happy to see it. Doran, though, with the M4 in hand, tries to take shots up towards XTEAM to give himself some breathing room, and Michu will happily pick up that knock, assisted by Doran himself. So even if Doran can get away from Real Tiger 9, they're going to still get themselves involved in their own kill points. So good stuff. But now just the 2, Doran and Kapahala, 2 very, very clutch players, though, and there's still potential here for Eastern Stars.
And I mentioned about Clear Vision. They're going to have to defend their spot because of all of these fights going on around the shooting range hill. Nobody's looking to breach on Clear Vision's spot for the time being. Game Lord, the French Maestros, looking to take the fight against Vamos on the hillside. They looted up Zarki, but there's no point in looting, having the bags full if you're not able to do anything with it. Doom, I believe, looking for a bit of a third party. Prada and Florin, they're out of here.
Team Doom still trying to stay alive here. Mert does go down. Vamos somehow really are struggling at this point in time. Real Tiger 9 rock up here. Mango back in the car, switches seats, moves to a better position. Now looking for CA77.
Oh my god, Real Tigers 9 are looking so confident. They're cracked right now, especially Mango. I know he goes down, but I say that's a worthwhile sacrifice, and now they're going to have to face off against Game Lord. Victor is in play. He's cooking up an A by the side of the rock. This could be a golden Nade is indeed. Hardman gets knocked down. Victor, he's able to move away. Michu and Nazgod. Narvalo's flanking in on the side. He's going to play on through. Victor pushes forward, gets a second knock. It's the reason why he's arguably one of the best players in Europe right now. Victor has it all.
Nazgod moves up. Victor now looking for another one here. Shooting into the vehicle, but Victor's not going to let that go unpunished. And that's the final one going down for Real Tigers 9. And I think that they thought that they were the beast in the woods, the prowler of the grasses. But Victor comes in with a Lion's Roar and will put an end to Real Tigers 9. A little push here on this side of the mountain. So very, very good stuff for Game Lord. And I think the Real Tigers 9 came up against a lot of targets were a little bit easier to fend off. But Game Lord, this team has done fantastically well before in Western Europe, and they're not going to let things start to slip out of their hands just yet.
The circle shifts down south. We technically could have a south of the river finish. Would you believe it 2 to 3 circles ago? I know I wouldn't. Hamodi from Clearer Vision looks to play on the high ground, but that's a lovely nade by Mizawa in the back line to get a knock on the Hamodi. Great team-wide support and communication from Big. They're allowing the revive to play through. That's a bit risky in my eyes. There's no counter nades from Zando.
Ooh.
Okay. Don't know what is going on. I was thinking, okay, Clear Vision, would you not look to maybe push that with another nade, but instead prioritizing the revive flank? In my eyes, that was a bad idea.
I mean, to be fair, Mazzaro made the good play there with a nade over the top side. I was kind of waiting for you to call that one because I was like, that is coming in hot and fast. Mazzaro, though, slides down the hill, still hits the shot as he goes through. Ice skating and puts these guys on the freeze. They'll be thought out next game, but for the time being, it will be Big continuing forward. They're looking good at the moment, even as just the 3, although they are on this northeastern side, but they can still use this to swing down towards the south, but they'll be moving directly into RESQ, who have been extremely quiet this game, Imperium, so not doing too much. Goodness me, they lose one of them and into the river for them.
I really like the fact that it was the best of both worlds for Big. They kept Swave in the backline and sent what was planned to be 2 players into the river. Unfortunately, only B survived. The fact that they didn't commit the whole 3 players to that position, I think, is actually very valuable for Big in how they really want to execute the, like I said, the best of both worlds before Romanian Boys. They're outside of the circle. Super young roster. Now the job begins for them, the journey to get this chicken dinner as teams look to encroach closer to them, one by one, step by step. Game Lord also have to make the way across the road down towards the buildings of North George.
I do think that Game Lord is probably one of the best teams in this lobby. In my opinion, probably the best team in the lobby at the moment. But I do think they've always struggled with their 4th man, right? And they do keep moving out Trazen or Robs in between.
Oh my God!
4th man, it could be good, but right now they're trying to leap over the windows, find another in Famos. Prada will hit the deck. Trazen still making this happen, but 2 already dead there for Game Lord. What happened? Nades galore over the top, flooring, still tossing the Molotovs, causing pandemonium.
Absolutely crazy. All the while we've seen FTY down on the southeastern side, being able to pick apart the players of RESQ one by one. Penta on that west, coming out of the North George buildings. Yeah, they've yet to really make some noise, but as the circle is centered up, they're going to have to move in. They're going to have to look to punish, batter and bruise the likes of Vamos and Game Lord.
I think right now, Big's journey, it's coming to an end, but for Super Young roster, you're right, the work has just begun, and this is a beginning for them. Circle centers up right on top of them, and they need to win this game. I don't think you'll get a freer one than this. Oh, let's wait this one out. Trazen, nade in hand, looking to get rid of this player in Vamos. And if he can, it's great news, but right now he's locked in position, can't leave until this player is down. Just cuts it a little bit too early there, Imperium.
Fortunately, Gordon Ramsay would be a little bit disappointed with the cooking on that nay trays, and you're gonna have to try and have another stab at it. But time is ticking. Phase 6 Blue Zone is closing in a super young roster. They're continuing to fend off the might of Penta. Swat 69 EU make their way into the river from the south side of the George Paul crates. FTY playing on the side of the bridge, being the trolls that they are. Ali fires out the shots and towards Penta. Nothing heavily connects enough to get a knock.
I think Super Young roster have done a very, very good thing here. Trazen and Valmar still going at it, and it looks like Xerox will finish off floor in front of Super Young roster, and that'll give the boys on game mode a little bit more time to work with. But again, I love this from Super Young roster. They've identified the biggest target in the lobby, and that's Penta. Everyone towards this bridge side is going to be trying to figure out how they can leave, how they can get out, and SWAT 69 as well as FTY, they're going to be dealing each other for a long, long while. Super Young roster, they just need to turn their attention towards Penta, make sure that there is at least some casualties as they're leaving from this pylon, as they're leaving from this compound.
I don't know how many vehicles Penta had, but I would argue if they had enough, I would have recommended just crashing in onto Super Young roster's compound. You are dead right about the focus indeed from Super Young roster onto Penta, but if you give a team in the position Super Young roster have time, they're going to take full advantage of it. The members of FTY whittling down SWAT 69 one by one, and this is the kind of game FTY need coming into this game. 18th overall in the standings, looking to secure their spot in the first Super Weekend. This kind of result will help their confidence massively.
I mean, FTY have not done badly, and I think they've taken on some of the bigger teams within this lobby so far. I do think they need to keep going just a little while longer. Big B still in the water. Love to see this, to be honest with you, because I think Big, they 100% have cut their losses. They're looking for those placement points now, and going for a top 6 here is perfect enough for me. It's what I want to see from Big, and yeah, they've already got the eliminations on site. Look at that, 11 here. They continue to top the charts. Big drops up for just a little bit. Beast will have to go down, but Penta's out after they got crushed behind the back of that pylon. 5G giving them headaches, and finally they'll be taking a trip to the pharmaceuticals to grab some paracetamol and take a break for this game.
FTY still up as a full squad. They're closer to that compound now. The focus for Super Young roster has to be on the eastern side of the compound, has to be on the noise that's being made by the likes of FTY. I can't believe that Trazen is still alive, by the way. He's crawled and shimmied his way into the edge of the circle time and time again. Kea Boy coming in for FTY in today's games, and nade by Tam Tam gets a knock on the Addis.
Tam Tam looking for another here. This is great suppressing fire from Super Young roster. I think both times they have corralled now Penta into a losing position, and now their next job is to corral FTY into one as well. And with them being in nade range, as opposed to where Penta was just a little bit too far away, this is going to cause some serious problems. There's Molotovs being laid down all over the place. How do FTY even mount an attack on Super Young roster at this point in time?
I'd like to see a couple of offensive smokes being thrown out by FTY. Surely they've been able to loot up the bodies of their opponents, the crates of their opponents little by little to grab the utility needed. There's no way that Tam Tam should have enough space and time by that crate to be able to get off the shots and the nades towards FTY. You need to suppress Super Young roster at this stage of the game, FTY. 7 eliminations and counting. A top 4 result, like I said, will go a long way to qualifying for the first Super Weekend. But when you're at this stage, when every single point counts, the difference between second and third could be the reason why you don't survive.
I love this. Beast has already taken down SWAT 69, and Shinyo's looking for one more. Will finally take him out. The sacrifice is one player to the drink there before he can get up again. I like how Ali's got the ghillie suit on, but the real ghillie suit is Trazen in the grass. Makes it up to a top 3, and they move through. I don't think they have any idea where this boy is, but he will have to move out of that bush very, very shortly. Tam Tam goes versus Shinyo. There is a vehicle that goes over the top. Bit of a distraction technique there. It works.
Bay 2.0 for Super Young roster. I love how quick of a response they were to the circle, shifting away from the compound. They gave FTY absolutely no time to respond. Addis is knocked down to the ground, and now there's one player left standing for FTY. down by the seabed, hugging the cliffs. Super young roster, you said this was their game, and indeed it is. Although a knock comes through, the players from a super young roster, they're here to respond.
He's on his way.
Trazen. He's punching, he's fists in the air, he's looking to steal the game, he's going for the 1v1 on the Tam Tam, nearly makes it, but doesn't quite. Super young roster get the game.
Unfortunate stuff there, and even with the cheeky punching in the air for that silent action, but doesn't work out in the end for him. Unfortunate stuff for Trace. I did think he was a little bit wide-eyed in those final moments, not quite able to make it happen, but well done, super young roster. I think that's a game where everything goes in your favor, but you also do a massively good job to make sure that you win. I think they had all things covered in that situation with Penta, excellent suppressing fire. I mean, they didn't have to technically get the eliminations, they just have to make sure they couldn't cross, which went awfully for Penta. And then again with FTY, nade range, drop all the Molotovs, drop all the nades, make sure they can't move up, and then when there's no other option, move in with the smokes to assist. Really, really well done.
For super young roster who held onto the compound for the majority of the game, which therefore meant they predominantly didn't have to move, to see how quick they were to react to that final circle shift onto FTY, I think is so impressive, because one thing I see when teams stay in compounds for at least for the first 3 to 4 circles, when they do have to move, often they're too slow to move because they're in the mindset of just looking around and just scouting around, that when they have to move, there's just that delay, there's that slowness. Whereas super young roster, it just impressed me so much how little time they wasted.
Absolutely, and I think that they wasted time where it was necessary, right? Because they didn't have to waste time over towards FTY, because they knew they were locked in combat with Swat 69, and typically it's very hard to get the upper hand. It's kind of like a wrestling when you're on that coastal side on the bank, right? Because no one's really going to have a massive advantage over one another, and you're both just in that gentleman's agreement of like, we're both going to stay here till top 4. We both know this, right? On the other hand, Penta was the true threat, and then super young roster, as soon as SWAT 69 go down, they're like, right, now there's a threat over there, now we can do with it. Very, very well done. Round report comes up, Beast with the most eliminations of 6. That's good to see. I'm still happy that Big got to where they did, and I think they're putting more emphasis on those placement points, but they still frag out in the early game.
So good for Big, right? Just the confidence they're coming into these games. And I had a bit of a question in my mind in terms of, are we seeing a new super team in PMPL EU West with super young roster? But I still think they have a lot to prove to really get ahead of the likes of Big and Game Lord. We haven't really seen the best of both those teams, whereas I think super young roster maybe showing their hand a little bit more. I know I alluded to that with a couple of other teams, such as for Romanian Men, but it's so good to see Big and just all the players continue to really stack up the eliminations time and time again.
Yeah, for sure. And Ali, I think, for me, is super standout player from super young roster and will most likely be a star in the future. Stars in the future, though, talking about those, you'll have 3 stars joining you on the desk very, very shortly as we head to a very quick break.
Oh, sorry.
PUBG Mobile is a comprehensive game with many different mechanics and unique aspects of gameplay. The different training modes are perfect to focus on each individual aspect and sharpen your skills. The most popular gameplay modes are Arena Training and TDM that pits players in a 4 vs 4 gunfight on a small map. These modes serve as a close-range training to sharpen your gun skills and build your reflexes. To improve on-point ADSing and recoil control, players can try out the War mode, which launches you in a fairly large space on Erangel map against 19 other enemies. Here, you can improve your AR and SMG sprays as well as train yourself for bolt-action mastery. Sniper training under the arcade section is also a must-try. Your sniping skills are put to test here, when both you and your opponent are trying to one-tap each other. You can also try quick matches in arcade mode, which basically is a mini battle royale. Everything that you have learned, you can put to the test in its 8-minute matches. PUBG Mobile is not all about grinding and competition, but also about enjoying and having fun and exploring the game. No matter if you're a heavy grinder or a casual explorer, there's a place for everyone in PUBG Mobile. Tell us which mode is your favorite and why in the comments below.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022. Before we do break down this last match, again, want to give a shout out here to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. All the teams using this to power up here for their matches and hopefully get themselves some victories. And it seems like SYR have been able to do just that. Super young roster chugging those monsters, able to get themselves a chicken dinner here. Let's bring in Maxman and Kalaris to talk about this last match. Maxman, crazy game. Super young roster had that compound, that area, that zone for what seems like forever.
Yeah, it's the position that me and Kalash are talking about back and forth during this game. It's like the best position you could have. On top of that, the circle literally goes on top of your compound, and I think almost no teams decided to breach it. You're just third partying from the mid game until the late game, and just got, like, as you were saying, Kalash, during that game, right, 3 points through and through.
It's one of the flattest areas in the entire battleground around that compound, and anybody trying to approach is going to have a really rough time. I mean, even, yes, we were mentioning, as you say, the circle went their way. However, getting that position, and if it's early enough, and if the circle ends up shifting down towards the south, it's actually one of the better locations to use to rotate down south from the river as well. That alongside Cube Compound are really, really good spots to just hold in that scenario. So it's got multiple facets, multiple options available to you there, and SYR played it well.
All right, let's actually take a look at how many points they got for themselves. Of course, the other teams as well on top of this, because there's still another one we want to mention in a little bit of time. You can see super young roster getting themselves the 29 points. Big coming through, though, with 13 eliminations, get themselves 21 points as well. So it seems like they've been able to work on their placements, but still continue to frag out.
I can't believe how many eliminations this team is consistently getting. And it's not even like, yeah, in the previous game, they got 1 placement point and then 7 eliminations. That's 20 eliminations in 2 games here from Big. And I was already, singing the praises of another team, which was some young roster, in fact, that was able to do that yesterday. Big's done that without the caveat of ridiculous placement points. Hey, it's nice, but what this team is shaping up to be scary. And then if they grind out the placement points as well, Jason, it could be championship caliber.
Oh yeah, I mean, Max might even say Avenger level threat potentially coming through out of them.
Yeah, maybe I will.
I don't know which multiverse he's living in with that one, but you know what? It could be an Avenger from who knows. Anyways, Real Tigers 9 though, 8 eliminations. Again, I really want to focus on this team just for the fact that they've not really had PMPL experience before from what we've seen. They're coming into this against, the best teams from the region, and they're showing that they can frag out. They can be a bit consistent when it comes to points, and that's honestly very difficult to do for teams.
Yeah, when I had the chance to do the interview with Mango, he did mention how they're feeling very confident coming into this, despite not really having the experience as this current roster in PMPL Western Europe. So, I mean, the confidence is definitely coming through when it comes to those eliminations. If we can see even some good positions in those late game sessions, I think that would be the extra change that I'll be super happy to see. Though, moving on over to the second page, and man, RESQ had pretty severe drop-off, unfortunately, at the start of the day here. We're not seeing them on par with what they did yesterday. They still got enough points, of course, to make in the Super Weekend, but it's a consistency scares me a little bit heading into the first Super Weekend.
Well, for this game especially, but I think they put themselves in a tight bind with the way the circle was moving as well. Like, they found themselves that hill range, which is east of the Super Young roster position, right? And then with the circle going across that hill range, it's a death sentence to try and get over that. I would have rather they tried to maybe find super fights in the north and try and kind of salvage some points that way, because I think if you then win that out, maybe you can wiggle your way around the northern side.
I actually thought because of their position, there was maybe an opportunity to get a few eliminations from that position and maybe get more than what I think it was there too. But I do agree also the northern fights could have been a pretty good opportunity for them.
There's honestly a lot of things scaring me. Like, for instance, Eastern Stars getting 1 point, being in 18th place at the moment. They would not qualify for the Super Weekend. But also, maybe on a positive note, FTY, you know, we haven't really talked about them too much. I want to take a look at their player stats here, just to get an idea of who's really been standing out for the team. Because we have a lot of names that I honestly never would have expected to be saying that they're performing extremely well against the old guard we have of some of the rosters and some of the team lineups we have. So let's throw it up on your screen, get an idea. You see Shinyo going to be at almost 2K damage so far. His back's got to be hurting because the next closest to him is Addis at 755. That is a 1200 damage. Well, 1198 damage difference.
Man, he's tanking the lobby too as that damage received, 1,200. He is definitely doing a lot of work for this team. Is looking great. And we're looking back on that game, right? We mentioned how good the compound was for SYR, right, Kalaris? And one way to deal with that fight is to not take it. And well, that's exactly what they did. They just stayed into the southern side next to the river ridge line, and it just delayed it as much as possible, waited for the numbers to dwindle in terms of players and teams, and the moment they have a chance to try and push SYR away, then they're going to try and do so. But there was sneaky beast from Big that was trying to make them lose a little bit of time that allowed SYR to go for the push. But with this current situation at hand, with this current circle and what teams were doing against you, I think they played it down to a T. There's not much more you could do to even hopefully push SYR because, as you mentioned, it's just too hard to push.
They had the high ground.
We have breaking news. I'm sorry to cut you off, Kalaris. Imperium has informed us that Kale Boys only played 2 matches and still had 640 damage. So that is actually pretty impressive.
Wow.
Very well done.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you wanted to continue with your point there, Kalaris, as I cut you off. My bad. Anyways, let's talk about actually something you can talk about here. SYR, super young roster, and take a look at how they've been performing across the maps. Because you mentioned at the start of the day how good they've been, how consistent they've been on Miramar. As we saw here just in this last match, they put up a great performance on Erangel. But I want to get a little bit of a comparison between the two. Maybe they are leaning towards one of the directions. Obviously, Sanhok hasn't happened just yet, so we can't really take a look at that map in particular. And we still have 3 Miramars in total today, but you can see there is a little bit of a discrepancy.
Yeah, so I think in general, I'm still curious to see how kind of Erangel as a whole is going to pan out for them, because there was slight favor for them in this game, which they took by the horns, admittedly, and absolutely ran with. But yesterday, their Miramars were nothing short of great. There was only 2 of them. The previous one that we saw, I think they only maybe got themselves 4 points at the start of the day. But, you know, sometimes these things can occur. But one thing's for sure is that this roster is shaping up to be fully rounded at this point in time. So I think people got to be scared. I think they might be pushing up to #1 here across the entirety of this league play for the week.
There's definitely a chance, but one of the stats that I'm looking at here that's very interesting me here is their Erangel average survival time. Despite, sure, it's only 3 matches played, so that would tend to be lower the more matches you add on top of that. But 22 minutes and 21 seconds for 3 matches on Erangel, despite having really good Miramars, is also a very impressive prospect to keep in mind.
Yeah, very scary team in the making here, and I think we didn't expect anything less than that. I am curious, though, when we get into next week, or into the Super Weekend, when we do have Sanhok being played across all the teams. It's going to be really interesting to see if they can maintain this kind of form. And if they can, we might have our like leading team, I think, or maybe our championship caliber team really rising through the ranks. But really quickly, while we have about a minute until we're heading to our next match, let's take a look at the schedule, get you guys an idea of what's going to be coming up next. If you are observant, you probably already noticed it's going to be a Miramar, or if you have a good memory, you probably remember it's going to be a Miramar. But that will be our second to last of the day, with one Erangel to come up next. And I'm excited, boys. I'm excited to see if we're going to see super young roster yet again perform like that, as they are going to be playing in this match. For Romanian Men, TJB Esports, RESQ and Unicorns Love will not be playing. And to be honest, I wanted to scream when we looked at the match rankings, because Unicorns Love got basically no points in that last match, and they desperately need to step it up here, though they are sitting in about 13th place overall at the moment. All right, let's head over to our commentators here to get this next match ready to go. It's Imperium and John Allen to cover all the action.
Thank you very much, Jason. This time I'm without blanket. I'm fully prepared. I'm ready to get into it. Imperium, glad to be here with you. I know we had a little bit of a false start. I think we were supposed to be on. Who knows? Who knows? It's water under the bridge. But we're going to be getting into this next one. And Unicorns of Love, as they were saying just then on the desk, and a little bit of tricky water.
Yeah, they are. I'm still confident they're going to make it through. But the fact that threat is there really does lean into what I mentioned in the previous game with Blanca of how they can struggle in these tournaments, in these moments. We know when push comes to shove, and I think they showed it in the full split last year. When it matters, when it comes to the finals, when it maybe comes to Super Weekend, they will get the performances up, the standard will raise up. But as of right now, I think it's very obvious, and we should be highlighting the concerns we have for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think it's a reasonable expectations that we are having of them, but they have failed to deliver thus far. And is it Nova strats or is it just no strats? It remains to be seen.
I don't think the only team I could say that's pulling off Nova strats would be pretty much Big or maybe Game Lord. Yes, there could be elements of Nova strats, but I just don't think there is any team other than the two I mentioned that are overall capable enough of getting away with it.
I think that's fair. So certainly all to play for now as we come towards the close of our first week of league play. And this is crucial for teams to start to qualify for the Super Weekend, where they can earn those points towards that final spot. And not only that, you get a bit of cash for getting a chicken dinner in the Super Weekends as well. So more chances you have at that, the higher your potential earnings.
Playing path is absolutely wonderful. It's a beautiful kind of playing path, going a little bit diagonal from south to north. I know it can be a little bit descriptive with my playing path sometimes, John, but I get excited by a positive playing path, right? Because I think it takes away a lot of potential excuses of teams struggling with the first couple of circles, struggling with drop spots. This kind of diagonal, straight down the middle playing path is very positive for teams getting exactly where they want to go.
I feel like getting out to the west is a little bit easier in general in this map. I don't know why I think that, but that's my initial reaction, is going west is easier than going east. I'll have to think about why I feel
more roads and more overall kind of cleaner paths to the west. So I would, if that gives any kind of logical answer.
Yeah, maybe. I'll have to really, look within myself for that answer. But for now, we're going to be looking out at where these teams are dropping. A fairly central circle, and again, as you say, what is it? What was the word did you say? It was beautiful at the playing path.
Beautiful,
so, and I would say a beautiful circle as well. Very nice and kind, very central. Should be very fair to everyone involved.
You could really, take a screenshot of that playing path phase 1 circle, sell it as an NFT, and make a decent bit of money with how good it looks. We don't see the battle in Monte Nuevo, though, between Giants and XTEAM. Maybe XTEAM recognizing that it's not worth them taking the fight. They're in a very strong position. Okay, not very strong, but they're in a pretty decent position in the overall standings with 35 points in 6 games played. With only 2 more left, they really do need to get, I would argue, about 10 points within those 2 games. So taking the fight early on against Vodafone Giants in Monte Nuevo doesn't make sense. So I appreciate they're making overall the long-term better decision.
Slowly dropping. Penta just about to hit the floor. Over on Cruz de Valle and Torrejolmara split. They are fairly isolated right now in the northeastern quadrant there. Shockwave as well, spending a little bit of time up there. Looks like they might even try and break out all the way to Campo Militar. We'll have to wait and see for that. Super young roster right now. We're on board with them. And they don't really have too many players super close to them. You've got Vamos, who are just south of Picado, on the southeast side, and not really looking to poke in just yet.
So as of right now, the bottom 4 teams are 5 threats, Doom, Eastern Stars, very surprisingly, and 4 Romanian Boys. All 4 teams have played only 5 games, so they do have 3 more left. A couple of teams ahead of them, I think actually the next 5 teams ahead of them have played an extra game, so it does leave those 4 teams in a little bit more of a positive light. But who would have expected this in the first Super Weekend, right? Eastern Stars down in the bottom 4 in this late of a stage in terms of the league week. Maybe after 1 or 2 games, fair enough, but after 5 games, I gotta say they're kind of, it's rare I'd say this about the Eastern Stars, John, but they're low-key disappointing me.
I would agree. I would say they're pretty high-key disappointing me. It's not what I would expect from them at all. Out of the 4 teams currently in that elimination bracket, sat at the bottom 4 spots on the table, that is the one that stands out for sure in my mind. You know, the Unicorns love not playing this game. They got they won't be in this game, but they're going to be looking to get as many points on for the rest of the day as well. I think after this game, we're going to have a much clearer picture of just what it's going to take for those teams towards the bottom. At the moment, that 16th place cutoff sits at 24 points over 6 games. I would say that's fairly low over 6 games. Looking for 2 more games to be played on an average. What is that? 8 extra points. So 32 as a cutoff. I would say that's fairly low when looking at those projected score lines. So certainly a lot to be played for by these bottom teams.
And that's why I'm also looking at the likes of Vamos, right? Swat 69, Vamos in 16th, Swat 69 in 12th, because they're not playing in the final game. I know I'm fast forwarding it, right? But they're not playing in the final game. So the destiny of their finishing result in the first league week is massively taken out of their hands. So I really want to see Vamos kick things up a gear in this 3rd game of the day and take control of Miramar. It's early on. There's a lot of areas of this map to really call your own in the first 2 to 3 circles. But when it comes to that phase 4, phase 5, that's where I want to see Vamos really play. Really play.
Team Doom on the southwestern side of Los Leones right now. They're just chilling about, not really anyone else dropping out there, which is to me actually kind of surprising given the plane path, you know, how beautiful it was. It was basically straight over Los Leones. The fact that there's only 1 team to go there, and even then not go in the middle of it, it's interesting. I have to wonder, you know, are these teams or are the teams that normally drop in Los Leones, are they not in this lobby, right? Like, are they not playing in this current lobby to leave such a gaping maw in the middle of what is a very solid spot to drop?
It is, and it's one of the few spots within not only Miramar, but across the whole map spectrum of PUBG Mobile where you can have, I would argue, 3 teams land without really interacting with each other. So I'm really glad you brought that point on board. Vamos moving a little bit deeper into the circle from that south side. Big, the first game of the day, they dropped in Chumacera. I think it made sense for them when you looked at the playing path of that game, but this time around, they're back to their normal La Bandita split. I wonder how familiar Vamos are to that. Right now, kind of doesn't look that way with how close they are getting with Doom moving out of Los Leones. This could be looking very unfortunate for Vamos.
I wonder if they've spotted it. Not just yet, but I think Suave knows what's up. They're going to be able to see this as Kosti makes the break, but not quite covering the sightlines. They know there's vehicles in the valley, so they know there are players here, which means they're going to have their interest peaked. Another UAS across the way, the pickup, just trying to make its way up the hill from one of the Vamos players. But they're still just biding their time.
The thing that concerns me about Vamos with the 2-2 split they have on, actually scratch that, because we have Real Tigers 9 getting very close to the likes of Super Young roster. Ali looking for the confirmation. He is going to get shot in return by Naz, but the counter knock doesn't come through. Finally it does for Mango.
Able to get that flush as well. It was out in the open. I mean, I think it was quite bold to take that fight. You don't have control of that ridge line. You get the knock, sure, but unlikely you get the flush now. It's on Super Young roster to try and come back into this fight. Tam Tam up to the ridgeline. Maybe pick up a teammate and just Scarpa, get 3 players into those later circles and don't really worry too much. But no, takes control of the compound. I like that. I think it's a good position to be holding against a potential push from Real Tigers 9.
Yes, it was an uninformed push by Real Tigers 9, but the response they had to that fight was very strong. The fact that they didn't instantly go for the revive, they went for that counter knock, they went for that counter confirmation. Yes, it was given to them on a silver platter, but still, that intuition to not only get the elimination point, but to shut Super Young roster down continues to show us all, while Real Tigers 9 are a team to watch out for and to be, I would say, kind of scared of if you're the rest of the teams in the lobby.
Central position for Real Tigers 9 and for the remnants of Super Young roster. The next shift puts it a little bit further north on the circle towards Hacienda del Patron and towards the north side of San Martin. Team Doom making their way onwards. Not really getting into too much bother. Not just yet, anyway.
This kind of circle shift was a little bit trickier than maybe a lot of the teams would have liked. Having San Martin in the center of the circle is a little bit like Los Leones, where you really don't want to be hanging around that area. Well, Nazgod hangs around Super Young roster and gets a knock-in elimination for it.
Real Tigers 9, they're still on the heels of Super Young roster. Ohamori and Zero C still standing. 2 players down and out. And it's not an ideal start for the Super Young roster. It should be okay for now, though. They'll still keep on trucking, still keep on surviving, and that's more important than most other things, I suppose. And sat in second place on the tables, they're not going to be too worried about getting a massive number of points, right?
They won't be with 5 threats. They should be worried with the amount of points they need to get to try and secure their spot in the top 16, rotating on the eastern side of the map. Yes, I haven't been happy with Eastern Stars, and I think this kind of rotation is just needlessly slow by Eastern Stars, but they are hopefully going to be able to catch out 5 threats. I was talking to Snowix John after yesterday's games, and asking him, look, where are the mistakes in the team's eyes? And he said that there's a lot of team play mistakes, a lack of communication, but they've been speaking to their coach, and that has given them a lot of motivation, a lot of direction, and they're coming into today's games with 200% focus, right? 200% motivation. They got to be able to turn that motivation into points, and as of right now, with only 5 points in 5 games, they have a hell of a journey ahead of them in their final 3.
Not easy. Not easy by any stretch. For Romanian Boys, this is a team that sits almost diametrically opposed right now to the 4 Romanian Men. And at the moment, just not having the same sort of performance at all. Sat down
Love
towards
that
the bottom
word,
of the
by the
tables.
way. Diametrically opposed. I love that. Nice.
It's good, isn't it? It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the same root as the word diameter, and it's sort of the implication is you're on the opposite side of a circle because the diameter is the longest line you can draw within a circle. There you go.
Wonderful. I love these kind of, I would say, the John Allen facts, just sprinkled across the cast. So always makes it that little bit more entertaining and informative, as Phase 3 has informed us of where it is going to end. And if Phase 2 was a little bit tricky, this Phase 3 is even trickier, right? Once again, in the heart of Hacienda and San Martin. XTEAM couldn't ask for a better spot to be in, overlooking this city, but they also need to watch their backs arguably a little bit more heavily. You can see, because you can see Giants Gaming, they're pressing closer to them.
Everybody's starting to make their way in now. On the south side, could prove to be tricky. You can see Vamos there, very close to Team Doom with another couple of teams ahead of them as well. And when Game Lord's in your way, you are going to know about it. But Game Lord may be looking to push on both sides of the road here in San Martin. I feel like this this is a lot of ground for Game Lord to be trying to hold right now, but there's not a lot of teams trying to push in just yet.
Initially and in the past, I would look at a San Martin push in phase 3 is to be really kind of digging your own grave. But the location of San Martin that Game Lord has gone to is really the best of the city on this kind of circle this early in the game. Plus, a team like Game Lord, they're more than talented enough to get themselves out of sticky situations like this later on in the game, as well as create that space by being aggressive, by taking those shots. So anyone that comes close to them on the mountains around are going to be punished. For the teams up on towards the northeast outside of this circle, FTY swinging around the water treatment area. Big are a little bit behind them. 5 threats. They got away from Eastern Stars, but they have a little bit of a way to go to make it into the eastern edge of the circle.
We're on board now with the southern scrap. Not really a scrap just yet. Team Doom trying to skirt around Vamos on the south side, but they got TJB out to the west to worry about if they want to keep on heading out this way. And Vamos just playing super hard on the edge right now.
I don't mind it, but again, at one point in the game, does it start to become aggressive? Does it start to become controlling from Vamos? They've allowed Doom to rotate ahead of them, right? They've allowed Doom to basically gatekeep them on the edge of the circle. And with Tonga about TJB, EU, a team that have more than proven themselves in these games, gatekeeping them on the other side of power grid, this isn't looking good for Vamos. So I can see them waiting in the blue until phase 4 pops.
Potentially. I mean, might even be the best decision for them, right? Like, just stay out of dodge. Those hills on the west side of San Martin, tricky, tricky, tricky. FTY over on the north side, near to Penta. Gonna have to move a little bit further south. There's a shift, and again, towards San Martin. It keeps the whole city involved, but XTEAM, I would say, have some real prime real estate in the middle.
You talk about donuts. Holy hell, what a central shift. I wasn't expecting that, John. I was really expecting it to shift away over to the west. This is where Game Lord's shift and split in San Martin could be even more worthwhile for them. Super Young Rosser as well on the northern side of San Martin. 5 threats, Eastern Stars. The battle is going to commence as Big they hold down outside of the circle.
This player's very, very close to them from Shockwave, who so far haven't really shown us too much agency in most of their games. But coming up against Big on an outside shift, this is just an outpost for Nightmare. Might look to just regroup with the rest of the team on that skirt side of the circle.
What's good for Vamos is not only did Tonga disengage away from the hillside position, they did get a little bit aggressive onto Doom, use the buildings of Power Grid to play around, and now they're taking shots onto Doom. This is much better from Vamos.
The shots answering, though, in kind, of Doom absolutely sit down. Prada, the heel, being stuck in there as well. Mert has a real nice, cheeky little angle there, and another knock goes over towards Prada. Team Doom not letting this one lie down. 3 players alive, but they're making their presence known. Nade over the top. Again, answered by Mert behind this ramp. Quite going to split them, and the nade actually lands on the prop. Hadn't healed up fully. Lobs another one in, and Mert maybe looking to steal the deal here. Bestia goes down as well as the 4-guard for Team Doom goes low. Knocks and knocks and knocks coming through as 4 Romanian Boys chime in on the action.
Mert? He kept himself alive? He got the squad wipe? Vamos are out of here. The lack of, I don't want to say the lack of confidence, but the lack of security that the rest of Doom had in the job that Mert was able to do. You can see Unreal and his teammate was actually in the vehicle driving away thinking, look, Mert, you're not going to survive. And Mert said, hold my drink. I'm getting out of here and I'm going to stay alive.
Oh, speaking of hold the drink, Capahala locking it down, looks for a 1 versus 4, but finally falls. Last hurdle against Talon, not quite able to get up to scratch, and now it's Talon's turn. Turning around and answering, but Loads of players from the squad going down. 5 threats down to 1 as Athis last stand for Eastern Stars. We said they were a little bit disappointing, but Kapahala stands up, and a perfect cook nade for Athis eliminates the 5 threats, but at the cost of 2 teammates.
On one hand, that play from Kapahala was in itself pretty damn impressive, but you got to ask yourself, where is the communication from 5 threats? Where is the kind of in the moment reaction for them to just one by one send themselves on the side of the building? There's absolutely no real aggressive response, calculated response, and they pay the ultimate price.
But this is why we say we did not expect this to happen from the Eastern Stars, right? This is why we said we expect more from them, because they can play. They can make those plays happen exactly like that. With 2 players, they want to get a little bit further, get some placement points on board. Those eliminations are not all to do, but beautiful knocks coming in through from Giants. Nade's going to push them back just a little bit, but there's so much done already against Penta. You have to wonder, what are Penta going to be able to regroup with here? Just Dwas left.
In the words of Blank Tadwas, and he make a bit of a tadpole move and swim to safety. It's not looking the best. There's not much water in Miramar, I tell you that much, and Giants have been able to gather themselves up as a full squad, and they're looking for the final player of Penta.
They get the final flush, looking for Dwas now behind the smoke, just looking for elimination points. Focus is first to find out about it, but the wheel clips, and around the rim, Dwas gets wrapped. Not going to have a good time there. TJB, in the meantime, dealing with 4 Romanian boys handily.
Yeah, they push in earlier on, like I said, and they did have 1 player go down. But 4 Romanian boys, you can't make that kind of bold push this late into the game, this late into the circle. Yes, Phase 5 did once again shift toward the city of Miramar, but you've really got to pick the time to make the play. And XTEAM, they were gifted a little bit of space on the western side of the hillside compound because of Giants going up against Penta. But now, as the circle shifts over to the west, they have it all to do.
A crash from Giants onto TJB's position, and 4 Romanian boys tried it before them. They knew exactly all about where those barrels are pointed, and look at this, just picking up those flushes on the back, making sure that those reses are impossible. The rest of Giants sends a little bit further forwards. Nano and Salazar very split now for Giants, as Big get eliminated as well in the melee.
This is the second game so far of the PMPL EUS in which FTY have eliminated Big in a pretty confident manner, losing 0 casualties. So it seems like the confidence is riding high, especially off the back of a very strong result for the Bosnia-Herzegovina squad as TJB look to get rid of the final Giants player.
Moving in towards Nano Baby's position. 1 goes down. Lin not so lucky on that cross, and actually gets taken down by a player from Swat 69. They can regroup, get this res. I think this is smart. Just try and find those openings, but Molotov to try and burn them back towards the wall doesn't quite reach. GK first in, breaches through. Not going to find the shots over onto Nano just yet, but it's not going to be long as SWAT 69 come in through. Spots that death crate, and I think they know what's just happened. SWAT 69 with the oversight, going to take up the mantle to hold out TJB.
SWAT 69 with a great 2-2 split, but Phase 6 pops up and it goes north away from the city. The road in the middle, there is little to nothing covering all of these remaining 8 teams.
XTEAM, I think they had the better position before. I called it then.
True.
And I think they have a great spot now. They have the top of the hill. They can watch everybody try and leave from San Martin right now. And it's going to be so hard to operate against them. At the moment, the only other team that's out up to the north is actually, I believe, is that yeah, that's FTY, but Addis is down, and there's only 1 or 2 players up there in the meantime for them.
Real Tigers 9 taking the battle as an 8 comes out from Nazgod. Super young roster, they're a hell of a team to try and pick apart, but it's only 1 player that's left. I love the confidence Real Tigers 9 have shown so far in this PMPL. I really want to call them Beat 2.0 with how aggressive they've been.
Fair enough. I mean, see if it's going to work out for them. Nades just going back and forth between them and the player up the stairs. They have the ground floor, but there's 4 players total, 4 Shockwave. They're going to have to deal with waiting very close. 0C, the last player for Super Young roster here. There's nades put in. That could be good. A perfect cook. And Nazgod seals it. Last player down. Super Young roster eliminated.
And I think they pulled that off at just the right time as Phase 6 Blue Zone encroaches behind them. XTEAM, Tongja Bao, they've creviced the top of the hill, Tongja Bao. They're threatening XTEAM spot.
Well, XTEAM have so much to deal with right now. They're turning around. GK first is down. Beg for Mercy up top gets cut out of the deal. Tong Jabao continue to push on forwards. They're looking for the flush. 2 players around the side for XTEAM. They had a good spot. And 2 players from Tong Jabao go low. Beg for Mercy. Resable, but it's ticking away. They need to make sure that they stick that.
Maxon said XTEAM with Beg for Mercy, they're not having any mercy on this lobby, and in this game, that's what they've done against Tongja Bao. I would argue Swat 69 unfortunately really able to third party because of the threat of a Game Lord behind them, and that's why they've been whittled down to just this hard cover of the blown up vehicles.
Oh, this is broadside for Nemo, just absolutely laying down the lead and the law at the same time here. 4 SWAT 69 shots across the way as Zombie spots out Shockwave. 3 players from XTEAM, and this is the Eagle's Nest. This is where they will make their stand. PNL and Nemo, 2 players alive, 4 SWAT 69, and I think they're the only team that can really handle this game right now. Maybe take it away from XTEAM, but it's going to be tricky.
Oh my god, the circle though shifts towards the final player of Shockwave. Are we going to see another shocking result and a chicken dinner steal for Shockwave?
I mean, they know where this guy is, right? They have to. They can drop out those smokes, try and isolate those sight lines. I imagine that they probably still have some vehicles at their disposal. The difficulty you have is the fact that SWAT 69 are trying to do the same.
Couldn't have said it better. Nemo, PNL, 2 players up. XTEAM do have 3. I think XTEAM are fully aware of the fact that they have the body advantage in the final moments of this game. But when you still have to move into the circle, that body advantage isn't a guaranteed result.
Looks like they're going to leave 1 player behind to try and curtail SWAT 69, and that is, I think, one of the better ways to use this advantage. Unfortunately, though, drops back down out into the blue and actually ticking away. Just trying to leapfrog themselves. And look at this. I don't think Nico wants any part of this fight. I don't think he's trying to control those sight lines. Zombie spots the shot on the Forerunner. 4 SWAT 69 and XTEAM descend from the mountains. Out into the open now. And a chance for Shockwave to push up to second.
That's the thing. Seago knows that he shouldn't really be looking to get too heavily involved. A nade here, maybe a nade there, but other than that, he needs to hope that XTEAM and SWAT 69 whittle each other down.
Beautiful there. Control for the whole of that final set of circles for XTEAM. They managed to pull it out the bag. A really, really good set of positions coming through from them on the north side of San Martin. That shift out of the city made their position gold dust, and they absolutely sold it.
And when they were coming into this game with only 2 games left, down in 14th place, that chicken dinner, that result in arguably that team performance books their ticket into the first Super Weekend. And it's amazing what a difference a game makes when you take a hot drop battle in one game and win or lose it, you don't really get too far in the game, and then the next one you switch up your drop spot, you avoid it, and you're rewarded with a chicken dinner. That's why I love when teams make the wise decision of not trying to fight for a drop spot.
We talk a lot about, you know, about the choice to go into a city or an urban environment, right? And in this game, I think, is a perfect example of why it is such a risk, right? You had so many teams go into San Martin, try and take control in that area, but it was XTEAM who didn't make that choice. They held down on the top of that hillside. To be fair, an excellent position in its own right, no matter where that circle went. They had that opportunity to push into the city if they had it, but when everybody had to leave, they just shut it down. There was really nothing to do.
The one big glaring mistake as we look at the round report is My Eyes Giants, and the fact that if they were going to push into the circle blindly the way they did, I don't know why they wouldn't have at that point in the game pushed up onto the compound that XTEAM were in, yes, it still would have been blind, but they would have had a lot more room to try to turn that fight around. Whereas the way they went, it was obvious there was going to be more teams, more players around them, and they were just shot at from multiple angles. So to me, that was the biggest glaring mistake of this game coming from Giants Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, there was a very difficult set of positions coming through, but it was nice. You know what? I liked it. I liked that set of decisions that was getting made and really sorted people out. Going forwards, we'll be hoping to see a little bit more of that from XTEAM as well, with a really, really solid performance. A lot of damage. The damage in general was very spread across a lot of this lobby. You had Game Lord doing so much as well, as they just always seem to do. Somehow they pull all of these eliminations out of thin air. But we're going to head to a short break. We'll come back with the analyst desk.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Spring 2022 season. We still have fall to come up later on in the year, and then obviously PMGC thereafter, but we have a long time to go until then, so I don't know why I'm talking about it. So instead, I'll talk about how awesome and cute Max looks today. How you doing, Max?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I thought we were going to talk about my bamboo there, but I'm in my bamboo, and I'm looking pretty good. I'm happy with that. Yeah, thank you.
As long as it's not a lamp, that's what I'm happy about. Well, Claris, this last match here on Miramar had quite a shocking finish, with the circle going towards Shockwave at the very end at the Eiffel Tower, as Max calls it. Yeah. With that one nade at the very end out of Beg for Mercy, just shutting him down.
I don't think he's ever seen the Eiffel Tower. He's French, and yeah, it's no.
That is literally the Eiffel Tower. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right,
I've seen it many times. Okay.
Well, if you say so. Yeah, that was there was a moment where I thought maybe Shockwave could still make this happen. However, you know, once you reveal your position, it's very obvious as to where you're gonna kind of throwing those nades from, so you're going to get eliminated quite easily. Very well done by XTEAM as a whole, especially considering how we came into the day, right, Max? We were thinking to ourselves, you know, is this conflict going to continue between XTEAM and Giants? Evidently it didn't.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking, what was the decision making behind them changing that drop location? Was it all because they did lose that first fight versus Giants in Montenuevo, or because the plane path was not really favoring for you to go and drop into Montenuevo, because Giants did have to stretch it out to make it into that position? So it doesn't matter really what made them make that decision. It worked out at the end to get the chicken dinner. They had the best position, which is high ground northwest of San Martin, and they denied, I think it was Giants, they denied also Romanian Boys, TJB, so they were actively defending that position to get as many eliminations as possible.
Oh, we can see our match rankings though, and XTEAM closing things out with 24 points for themselves. They were relatively quiet after their initial win yesterday on match number 1, but they do come back here. And again, Shockwave even gained 18 points themselves. And looking down the list here, another match and another time that Real Tigers 9 UK able to make it into our top 8.
Yeah, as you say, for X Team, they were quiet yesterday, right? After that win, they had the win with the 6 eliminations, but after that, there was only 1 elimination across 3 matches from there. But I think for X Team, you want to kind of iron this out further. You don't want to be one of the teams that's going to be all or nothing in matches, because that creates some wild volatility that you're then relying potentially on. Like, sometimes those kind of volatile teams that get a win or absolutely nothing, sometimes they don't even go to kind of later stages in tournaments like this. So great to see victories coming their way, but I would love to see a smoother curve compared to such a roller coaster.
No, one team I'm actually really happy to see a little bit higher up in the rankings this time around is going to be Swat 69.
Okay.
You know, Jason, if I could talk about Game Lord all the time, I would, okay? But I got to give respect to a team that we maybe don't see at the top too often. And this was Swat 69 that was involved in that entire... like whatever's happening in Samaratin, there was like 5, 6, 7 teams over in Samaratin. It got really tricky, so they just hugged the side of Samaratin and just let all the other teams fight it out. And when there was no more teams remaining in Samaratin, they decided to just push it out into Circle and to get himself. So nice try from SWAT 69. 14 points, pretty good for them.
Wait, where was SWAT 69?
Samaratin.
Ah, there we go. Okay, just wanted to
I
hear
said
one
it was
more
the
time.
accent.
Beautiful.
I know it's that's why I think I wanted to hear it again. As we take a look now at our second page, Eastern Stars only 3 points. I talked about them before. They were in 18th place before. Not feeling too confident for them to make it into our first Super Weekend, but they still have some more matches to come. For Romanian Boys as well, only on 4 points. And Big, unfortunately, I mean, they had a very strong first 2 matches of the day. I think they're allowed to have an iffy one every once in a while. I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think they were maybe on track to beat like a record of eliminations in a single league play. I was trying to check the stats, but I think that this game might unfortunately ruin that from happening for Big. So, you know what, close enough, but they still made it like in the Super Weekend. It's cool.
Yeah, I mean, they got very caught up on the eastern side of, north of San Martin, right? And that obviously becomes a meat grinder, which eventually only Shockwave is the one kind of winning things out on and finding that small spot next to the Eiffel Tower. So yeah,
That's it.
I think that was actually the Washington Monument, Max. You should get your eyes checked. Maybe you need a different different lens, different prescription. Anyways, let's move on from this one and actually talk about maybe X Team. Beg for Mercy. I know you want to touch on them in particular here, Max, to see how the team is doing overall within the event. We're kind of expecting Beg for Mercy, right, to be probably the best performer just because of the experience he has behind him, or what was the reasoning?
Potentially the best performer, I'm not sure. Of course, that's why we're going to look in the stats to see if that's actually the case. But at least in terms of experience, I think he is the one leading the decision-making behind the team as to maybe why they stopped taking that fight in Montenuevo versus Giants, why they just decided to go for that huge 4-man split up northwest of San Martin and to hold on to what was the game-winning position at the very end. So I want to look at what's going to be really happening in terms of stats, but let's pop it.
We're on world record pace of the amount of times of San Martin has been said here on the show. Here we go.
Beg for Mercy.
Well, actually, will be number 1. This is supposed to be from the entire event so far, and that's still having 3 players at around 1,500 damage is pretty impressive.
Yeah, very nice. Of course, going to be having Zombie, Ghoul, and Beg for Mercy up there. Once again, very, very scary names to go up against apparently coming into this lobby. But yeah, Beg for Mercy being up there when it comes to eliminations, to knockouts, and also in terms of damage. Not really surprised, but it's good to see some players actually really close to him when it comes to also those stats. So it's not just Beg for Mercy. The whole team is somewhat pulling their weight, even though Nightmare's been a little bit more silent from time to time.
I was really trying to think of something to say about his name and why he's been quiet, but I must have fallen asleep, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, I'm moving on from that, I guess. So impressive to see like a pretty good balance, at least between the first 3 players, right? Like 6 elims, 5 elims, 8 elims. Having 3 players able to step up is extremely strong. But now it's time to actually check in with the main point of today, the overall standings, right? Top 16 teams move into the Super Weekend. So let's see who currently will be safe and unfortunately will be sitting at home watching the matches happen. And we're actually going to have Game Lord. Did not expect this. In first place. I know Super Young roster was tied with 4 Romanian Men at 80 points each, but impressive out of Game Lord here, Max. I have to give it to you because they're French.
Yeah, man, we're having the Eiffel Tower finish. Like, we're having everything. It's looking good for the French boys right now. Game Lord looking really strong, and I think also in the prediction we had on yesterday's show, Blank did bring up the name of Victor, and I think when it came back, not to this game, but the game before that on Erangel, Victor was the reason why they had such a good, strong result and were able to get so many eliminations. So, yeah, the entire team of Game Lord is doing great, and especially Trazen, which is the new addition to the team, did also pull some heavy weights in that last Erangel game. So, Game Lord as a whole is looking like the French powerhouse we saw last season.
Yeah, and it's a big move up actually from what we saw from them yesterday, right? They came in from yesterday being in 8th place, with the 2nd place with 10 eliminations, which is all good. But across the 3 games we've seen of Gamelord here today, it was 18 points game 1, and then it was 17 points game 2, and then it was 16 points game 3. That is massive. So very impressive stuff by Gamelord. I know, right, like coming in, they are our defending champions. So we fully expect them to have these kinds of performances, and no chicken dinner to speak of just yet, but the consistency to be able to shrug that off.
Well, it does worry me though, really quickly. XTEAM, 38 placement points, 2 chicken dinners. So out of their 7 matches and the other 5 matches that they haven't gotten a victory in, they only got 8 placement points overall and still only 19 eliminations. That it worries me for now. Maybe I shouldn't be worried again. It's just league play, so I shouldn't be too concerned. But if we extrapolate what's happened so far in these 2 days down the line, this might not be a good sign for them.
Yeah, it could get a little bit tricky for them. We'll see how things are going to be panning out. I'm also looking at Shockwave towards the top, where when they have these really good games, they get a lot of points from them. But when they have a bad game, it's a really bad game, like we saw yesterday. 12th place, 1 point, 1 elimination. 11th place, 1 elimination. Just we need to see hopefully a little bit more consistency on even their bad game. So on to the second page. And Unicorns of Love are still at the bottom, and they only have 2 more games to play right now. They're still in the top 16. That's great, but there's a world where this is just not going to cut it for Unicorns of Love. So I am a little bit scared for them, because it would be unfortunate for them to not make it in the first weekend here.
Who's in danger?
Well, you can see here, Romanian Boys, Eastern Stars, Team Doom, 5 threats. You know, honestly, Claris, I know you're a big proponent of Eastern Stars. Going into this event, I never would have said they would be threatening, well, they'd be threatened of not making the first super weekend, because just the caliber of players they have, the expertise we've seen out of the team over this last year. But this is a worrying sign for me.
It would have looked even worse if the final game of yesterday didn't yield them 7 eliminations, right? So they would have been down only 8 eliminations if it wasn't for that last game from yesterday. I don't know yet what's occurring here. I don't know if it is the change up of having Doran as a starter constantly, and I don't know if just things have not gone their way. We'll have to review things as time goes on and see where it's at, but right now, not great.
We did get to see a glimpse, though, right, out of the Warlord himself out of Kapahala, almost winning out like a 1v3 or 1v4 there, but almost doesn't cut it. Let's take a look at the schedule really quickly, though, before we head to our commentators, because we only have 2 matches left to go today. This day is completely flying by, and that means we have Erangel and we have Miramar left to go. But coming into this next match, Group B will be sitting out, and Group B consists of Big, FTY, Real Tigers 9 UK, and XTEAM. But we're going to see Group C come back into the mix here. So Unicorns of Love, my eyes are on them. Can they step up here, as well as Eastern Stars? Only time will tell. And luckily for us, there's not much time to go until we head into our next match of the day. So we're going to throw it on over to our commentators here to kick off match number 4.
Thank you very much. It's going to be the last game of the day coming through for Group A as well. So it's their last chance to shine. Most of them looking pretty safe, though. Overall, sat up there in Group A, looking pretty chill. I mean, super young roster, they're in. There's no way they're going down. Swat 69 sat at 50 points at the start of this game, so they should be pretty chill as well. Blank, are you big chilling with them?
I'm big chilling, massively chilling at the moment with the boys from Super Young roster. I think they'll be absolutely fine here, like you say. I'm glad that I got at least one of my teams to watch correct in terms of my predictions yesterday, with Gamelord being first place at the moment. I am still a little bit worried about Eastern Stars, just like the boys on the desk. And to be honest with you, I will echo Kalaris here in the sense that I don't know what is going wrong, because there seems to be these glimpses of brilliance from them, really, and then other times it's like, oh, what's going on there, with Kapahala almost getting the 4K and then Doran coming around the corner. And I know Doran can hit these shots, but there just seems to be flustered a little bit. I do have faith that Eastern Stars will bring it back later on to the tournament, but right now something is wrong.
Yeah, something is not falling into place. They have 2 games left to try and solve the puzzle. Their dilemma is not at its end just yet, but if there's a team that can do it, I feel like it's got to be the Eastern Stars, right? They have that caliber. Just need to bring it to bear and try and eke themselves over that threshold as we go into our final Erangel of this week.
Heading over from Nova up Noya all the way to north to George, so we've got this southeast to northwest currents playing path. So honestly, it's not too bad. This is very chilled out, very easy for a lot of these teams to make work. You can see there our round rankings with all of our teams currently playing in this match. You got PENTA, Vamos, Game Lord, super young roster, Rescues here as well. So we have a fair few teams that are in here who are all very good. And to be honest with you, with XTEAM, FTY as well, Real Tiger 9s and Big, I think the only major standout here for me would be Big not being in the roster. So Severny open for anyone to pick it up if they do want to here in this match. And to be honest, with this playing path, I think it would be a pretty standout spot to pick up considering they're not playing during this Erangel. But realistically, we have all the big players here, to be honest with you, other than Big themselves. Swat 69 already taking a knock and a flush down all the way on that southeast side. I think that's 5 threats that they're currently going up against. So a little bit of a scuffle going on down there. But there are spots to play for, so I'm totally unsure why this has happened.
Who knows? Who knows? I mean, they just called it, right? They just called for those drops. That's just where it ends up. They are going to have to leave that military island after this as well. The team that this game is the most important for, blank, Vamos. They are in Group A. That looked a little bit hairy as the shotgun shells started to pour through, but only Talon goes down on another flush coming in for 5 threats. Very nice. But for me, Vamos, this is their game to have the impact. This is their last game. They're currently sat in that 16th place on that elimination border with all 4 teams below them with another game on top of this one still yet to play. So they absolutely have to play their hearts out here. So we're looking for Vamos to perform.
Yeah, and with them being all the way down on the southeast side, they've taken a completely different strategy to their last Erangel where they headed up towards Zaki side. Look at that, Unicorns of Love. Alicio already takes down Doran from Eastern Stars and will get that flush. So we're starting off thick and fast here on our very final Erangel of league play. Number 1. So 61 players in the lobby. 16 teams still alive. That's to be taken for, but realistically, 3 players already being down. This is a very, very fast start to this game at 2 minutes 42. Pretty crazy stuff. Unicorns of Love, though, they're starting things out right. Currently sat, I believe, in 15th place, 35 points. So they're a fair bit ahead of 16, so they're quite safe with 2 more games to play today. But I do think they would like a few more points on board, John, right? Just keep them very, very safe.
For sure. I mean, ideally, they want to get up above FTY as well to give them an extra little boundary because, quite frankly, I don't see 5 threats making it this week. And Team Doom as well, going to have a real lot to do. Even in the 2 games they have remain, 5 threats, 6 points, Team Doom, 14 points. It's going to be a lot for them to be able to change it up as much as possible. So if you can get ahead of Vamos, keep ahead of them, and then above FTY as well, who are currently set on 40 points with another game left to play, that's where you want to be, right? So over the course of this game, they want to hit at least 5 points. The more the merrier, of course. More points is better. There's really no 2 ways about it. But if they can get about 5 points for the Unicorns this game, they're looking a little bit safer.
Yeah, I think 10 to 15 points, that would see themselves pretty much locked in, right? So you're looking at a few eliminations and a fairly decent placing in this match. But realistically, 5 is the market to hit, considering, well, banking on FTY getting a 0-point game next, which is not always the thing you want to do. But like you say, John, that would be kind of your clear spot to head up towards. So, you've got a goal in front of you, and anything you get on top of that is just a bonus, which is going to see yourself even better. So that's always nice when you're playing as a team and you have like a nice little goalpost that you can aim for going forward. And then after that, it becomes a lot easier, because if they're playing this game like, right guys, let's just get like top 6, top 5, they don't have to focus too much on eliminations. They can really lock those rotations in, make sure they're making the safe ones, and then go from there. Because once you've hit that marker, you know to yourself that everything afterwards, we can play a little bit more free, a little bit more loose.
Yeah, and the fact that they've got an elimination already is phenomenal, right? That's a really, really good sign for them.
4 to go.
And onto a team that is sat beneath them right now, which curtails their point scoring ability. You know, that expected value of this game has dropped dramatically for the Eastern Stars, who, as we said before, needed to start to step up, currently in the elimination zone. So a real lot of dynamic point scoring going on, even with just that one kill towards the bottom side of the tables, that could decide a lot moving into this Super Weekend.
To be quite frank with you, John, I don't see Eastern Stars making it anymore, to be honest with you. Just with the performance we've seen from this league play, I don't really have a lot of faith at this point in time, because it just doesn't seem likely to me. If they continue playing at that same level, it's not going to happen. But I will keep saying that. There have been these glimpses of brilliance from them, but it is not being transferred. It's not been rolled over at the moment into like a bigger picture. It is these small moments which occur and you're like, wow, fantastic. Can you do that more, please?
It feels like it could be difficult, you know, obviously with the slight change in the roster, it feels like it could be teething issues there. Obviously, there's no way we can know without actually asking them, so maybe we'll have to go away and send them a couple of DMs and figure out just what's going on, because this is not the Eastern Stars we're used to seeing. It for a lot of people, the Eastern Stars is a team to watch, and at the moment, people are closing their eyes.
Yeah, people are not watching. People are turning the TV off, turning the channel onto the next one, watching the chase. It's not good news at all at the moment. And I think that, you know, teething issues is certainly something that it could be, John, specifically because Doran has been always known as this point man. You know, he moves forward, the team moves behind him. And when you're pretty much moving that into a completely new team, that synergy, that communication becomes a whole lot harder, because the rest of the team has to follow the new guy, where typically the new guy would be like, oh, you guys show me the ropes and then I can see what's happening. But Doran's coming in here and having to take a little bit of initiative of himself, and the team's having to work around that. So I do think that there are teething issues here, but they're happening at the worst time. Right, you want to come into a tournament where all those issues have been shored up, solved before the fact. But right now we're seeing them in the tournament, which isn't great. And depending on how quickly this change was made, maybe I can forgive this. But honestly, not getting into the first Super Weekend, it is really tough. Not getting into the second Super Weekend, a little bit easier for yourself, because you know where you have to go after that when you get into the third one. But not hitting the first just sets you back so much, and you're constantly playing catch up. And at that point in time, looking for a first to fifth spot after hitting that, very difficult.
Oh, Octavian, he's been spotted out in the open, and Alicio, the slayer of the stars from the east, right now takes a second head. Potential to be shut down by Kapahalo, who's in the buildings on the opposite way, but no way Octavian gets up here.
Nope. Alicio on stargazing watch at the moment, finds another of them with the DP. Great spray as well coming through from the boy himself. And that'll send Eastern Stars most definitely down to just 2 players, and their chances get even slimmer at this point in time. Circle quite central towards that middle area. Icy just finishes that off with the grenade. A bit of disrespect there, to be honest with you, but if you can get that finished as quick as possible, get moving, maybe that was a good choice. But a lot of teams circling around Rozhok at the moment, swirling in that area. You do have Giants in Pachinki as per usual. Now, Tongjiabao, John, I wanted to talk about this team, this game, particularly because they've been quite quiet. You know, we've always known GK First to be a bit of an explosive player alongside Lin. When they were playing on Unicorns of Love, they had a lot of success towards the latter ends of the tournament. But right now, just not too much happening. With this circle shift, though, it puts them in very good stead just to the north side of Pachinki. They've got a lot of room to play with on those open fields with the dips and the ditches to play around. I think this is a good spot for Tongjiabao, but again, they're not in a place that I expected them to be during this tournament. Let me just have a quick look on my roster sheet where Tongjiabao, 9th place, 53 points. It's fairly good. It's still a quiet result, but I do think they can push that just a little bit further.
They should be good for the Super Weekend, is my takeaway here. The question is, how much further can they go, right? It's a question of performance from that point on. Blood goes down for RESQ, and 4 Romanian men continue to dominate in the open fields of Headshot Hills. They are absolutely finding everything they're looking for here. Romanian men atop that mound in the middle and controlling these sightlines. Difficult, definitely difficult, but looks like they've already found 2 from RESQ.
Yeah, RESQ, This is more what I expected from RESQ today. I feel bad saying it because like yesterday just felt like a little bit of a fluke to me, regardless of how well they did actually play. But today we're seeing a little bit more of those faults, those flaws coming through from this team. And I'm sorry if you're a fan of them. I do hope that they continue to keep doing well. As everybody knows, I am a massive fan of new rosters coming into the mix. But Team Doom, on the other hand, a couple of cheeky shots ring through the map and hit 4 Romanian men, and they'll have to duck for cover.
I mean, I said 4 Romanian men were trying to control these sightlines, but you're sat in the middle of an open ground as well. As soon as you get shot on, as soon as you take damage from the wrong angle, you're on the back foot, and that's exactly what's happened here. But Team Doom, they've sailed into the same spot. Are they going to succumb to the same fate that they're inflicting on 4 Romanian men right now? They're taking them down, sure, but there's going to be shots coming in from other directions as well. Rana with the backup shots, but getting handled in the sidelines. Doom gets taken down, gets that flush, but there's still a player behind the tree, and Zero falls for it. DP in hand now, a lot of bullets, gets a little bit of healing done, but not really going to be able to pop too much more than a bandage. Nades around the side, there's the fire. That's going to burn Sarah out, and there's no way you survive there. But Zero is low. Needs rezzing now. And they crawl back to it. Rana, low out in the open, and Mert not quite able to get that final tick of damage. Back into the smoke. And it seems to be fading away these bullets, but finally Unreal connects it.
And 4 Romanian men are out of it. Team Doom, with a clinical approach to that situation, they just crushed 4 Romanian men, moved on them like a pack of buzzards. Very, very well done there. And I think 4 Romanian men are feeling a little bit out in the cold after that. Team Doom were on him just immediately. Very well done. Rana not able to quite get that crunch going as fast as possible. And with 4 Romanian men ducking underneath, getting ready for that push from Team Doom, I just don't think they were ready for how quickly it occurred.
They knew nothing of the crunch. It wasn't to be.
Absolutely not.
4 Romanian men, though, again, perfectly fine on this points total. You can see them up there. 82 points. Pretty chill right now for Romanian men. Even though they go down there, I feel like pushing into that position specifically might not have been the best play. I mean, it's not even central to this circle, and now it's going to be out on the edge. The areas to the south of Rozhok Hill, prime real estate. No one in Rozhok right now.
Not quite yet. I think Shockwave are looking to pick up that position as per usual. I think this is happening so many times now that we can't really call it chance anymore. I do think that Shockwave are good at positioning themselves in the early game to a point where they don't really have to deal with a lot of the action early on. And that's fantastic news. But, you know, each game that we do see Shockwave go down, it is when the action finally does come to them. So they're getting a lot of their points through placements, which isn't really going to see you through when it comes to a finals or a super weekend. But I would like to see more out of Shockwave. I think their rotations can continue like this and they can work on the elimination side of things. Perhaps things can change. Perhaps they can. Game Lord, on the other hand, first place currently. 7 matches currently played, 82 points total. So this is their final match of the day.
Speaking of final matches, we spoke about them earlier, Vamos, with their last shout into this week's league play here. The only team in Group A that's really at risk at this stage. As many points as possible, please, for Vamos Gaming.
Absolutely. 5 threats, on the other hand, 6 points, but these 2 eliminations, that'll set them up back to 8. I know it's a long ways out so far, but 4 Romanian boys find a shot down onto PENTA Hulls. He'll go down, and the rest of the team's trying to move in too. I think this was a little bit of a crazy play coming through from PENTA, moving straight into the area where they were just shot at from.
Okay, I mean, sure, Hermanus. Oh dear, that's unfortunate. It's Clear Vision who actually are able to take that down. But look at that, Kimmy hits the deck, lines up the sights, and gets the spray towards School. Very, very nice shots coming through there from the 4 Romanian boys. A little bit better than their countrymen right now.
Looking good so far. Again, PENTA moving through that area. It did seem like a little bit of a mistake to me. I think you just leave your boy Hulls out in the open and just dip the other direction. Then again, not too much area to move into, it being such flat plains ahead of you, you know, wherever you go is going to be dangerous. Super Young roster currently trying to hold out the remaining players of Rescue. Hamodi drops into the vehicle though and thinks that, you know, his long time passed at this point in time. Time to get back into the circle, find a better position from where they can strike out and get that chicken dinner.
Rescue 2 players alive. Oh dear, Icy takes another of the Eastern Stars. That's not good news bears for the Eastern Stars. Obviously down in 18th place. This is their second to last game. They've got the last game still yet to play. But it is not a good time for them. Vamos as well, similarly struggling, but they're on the potato hill. A hard shift away from them. That's going to move them far. And it's going to be a difficult rotate away from their position that they currently hold.
Yeah, moving off the top of that hill is rough, to say the least. And I think that's why most teams hover around it until it's certain. And even being very much on the edge side of that circle, it's a little bit odd to me that you would immediately commit fully to that top side. Unicorns Love is going to see this rotation coming through. They've already got 3 elimination points already, which is great news for them. Again, we said 5 points this game would be lovely. Any more as a bonus. And now they're rotating directly past them. It looks like Unicorns Love are dropping out the vehicles, ready and waiting for these points coming through. Prada takes a big hit.
Not quite getting the knocks just yet. Kosti takes a lot of damage, but somehow gets out into the zone, has to wrap back around and get back in to avoid that ticking damage. Prada, not so lucky. Kosti still going, but Prada will be flushed on out here. Icy has that off angle. Kosti not getting that heal, and there's an answer as well, as there's shots coming back towards the Unicorns of Love. Reznov has fallen for now. Rezable, but shots echoed through the valley. And again, Icy just ever vigilant. Rescue in the meantime are going to take the tumble, but Unicorns of Love still locked in with Vamos as they are trying to shut them down, push them out of this Super Weekend as well. If Vamos go down here, that's their Super Weekend done. And there's only 2 players left standing for them.
Unicorns of Love will have to leave Reznov behind here. Unfortunately, Bestia goes down to Game Lord, and I believe there is just a singular player remaining from Vamos, as that other player did get flushed out. But Unicorns of Love, they're also moving into that territory, and they have to be wary of Game Lord's position. You can see Rob's there off in the distance, shots ringing through. Alessio's gonna have to take a quick move, tries to go for the run over, gets it. Akashi is down, gets out the vehicle. Oh, it's rough.
He makes it happen. Beautiful stuff there, but does get knocked in response. You're right, it is rough. In the meantime, the rest of the Unicorns not really too close by, but Daddy does have some oversight here. Looks for the flush onto Akashi and will be able to pick it up. Game Lord, top of the tables right now, not willing to let this one lie. Daddy moving through. They've still got Icy and Daddy up and standing, and Alessio down in the open. Maybe looking for the flush here, but Daddy repositions.
I think this is smart, to be honest. You follow up with Icy. You've already got 6 eliminations, and now it's time to pick up those placement points. They're not looking for a top 3, but a top 6, top 7. That'll do them just nicely with another game to play here, John. Honestly, I think they're absolutely fine with this kind of result.
I certainly would be. 6 eliminations. They've already broken that points boundary. Onto the gravy train. Vamos, though, not so lucky. This is their last chance, and I think they started this game up in 16th place with 4 Romanian boys doing as well as they have so far. They are now sat behind them in the overall standings.
Giants at the moment to move through the smoke. Super young roster are on the hillside, so they have the high ground. It's going to cause a few problems. Tong Jiabao been off the distance does mean that Giants are currently stuck between a rock and a hard place. Super young roster applying the pressure still. Tong Jiabao, not a bad spot. Again, quietly good coming through from Tong Jiabao at the moment. Just racking up those points slowly but surely. Quick spray from Hamodi, doesn't find anything, but he knows there's players over there. The smokes give the game away.
The Eastern Stars were eliminated in the meantime, which gives them only 1 more chance today. The last game of the day of this league play to have that point scoring total that we have come to expect from them, and they haven't really been able to achieve so far. 1 more chance, but it won't be here. Vamos, they go down, and with it, their hopes of getting into this Super Weekend. That is Vamos out. Moving forward, super young roster spraying down towards Giants. And they are looking to take down everybody in their sight lines. The vehicle goes up, And Giants go down. Ali makes it work for them. And down they go on the south side. Only, I think that's one player left, or yeah, just the one player left for Giants Gaming on that south.
Yeah, he was hiding out in the vehicle, actually, and I don't think anyone from Super Young roster spotted him, and they still haven't. He hasn't breathed a single whisper during that entire fight, but it will save him, but for how long, that's the real question. Super Young roster keeping Xerox off towards that northwest side, just spotting for themselves. Pretty good. Unicorns are loved, though. They're taking a fight with 4 Romanian boys. Icy is doing work.
Oh, we knew this guy was supposed to be the hot shot, and he absolutely tears them apart over on the top of the RESQ hill. Icy single-handedly takes down the 4 Romanian boys. Stronghold up the top of that hill affords the Unicorns a little bit more opportunity to keep that gravy train flowing.
Sits them down and puts them back in class. Now it's Shockwave looking. Find anything they can on this northeast edge. Minos takes a big hit, though, and this fight is going all over the place. Very wrong.
It's so chaotic. All of these teams trying to leave. RESQ again suffering from having been pushed into these urban environments early. And having to leave now as the circle shifts them away. Shockwave. They're playing on the boundaries, but the nades are ringing out. On the north side of RESQ. On the ground floor, they know where Tiger is. And the nade is through the window. They're going to post it in, but Tiger's repositions.
Team Doom, though, finds a shot over towards Game Lord themselves. There'll be another one down for them. Just Narvalo and Robs remaining. Tongjiabao takedown clear. Alking there with a quick vehicle rundown. Still looking to make their way in. Clear out that area, but it's clear vision. Hamodi ruins the chances of Tongjiabao with the help of Samo.
Nades in through the windows again, and they keep that pressure up. They forced him out into the open, and Tigers doesn't take the shots. Fair enough. Here's the cook on, and the nade in through the window, and that's the one they needed. Shockwave eliminated. Down 7th place, though, so decent points. But with each team that goes down, Unicorns rack up more and more points.
Yeah, already with a plethora of elimination points underneath their belt. I mean, this game went just about as good as they could have hoped it for. Super Young roster with that northwest scout and Xerox, they're able to hold down this position, regroup. They've got a fantastic spot in the circle now. This is really, really well done. We'll see if anyone can dismount them from this area. Clear vision. They have got a couple of vehicles to play around with, but Xerox, he's unleashing the grenades.
Just forcing them back, allowing Tam to move forwards just that little bit. Pop the nades into this little crevice, and they might just suffer for it. There's the nade they were looking for. Zero finally gets the bombardment, and clear vision out. 5 teams remain.
Wonderful stuff. Unicorns of Love still making their way in, though. This is really, really good stuff from them. Not what I expected. Icy slips down the side, looking for a little bit more. The nades come over the top, but it's not in the place that they expect them to be. This is a 3-way fight, and they only expected one team to be here.
Icy out now. No way you get that back up. Daddy low and eliminated the boot. Unicorns down in 5th, but they've done a lot of work here for their chance to make it to the Super Weekend. There's a lot of teams below them with no real chance of making it in, so they've got to be happy with this game. A whole heaping of points as well. Team Doom, though, on this ridgeline. They might be striking out. Hang on a minute. This is another team that's a lot further down on the table. They started the game on 14 points. Now they have 7 eliminations, and they're in the top 4.
Honestly, Team Doom has been playing this game with swiftness at the moment, flying in where they need to be. Super Young roster gets all the way back up to 4 people, and Team Doom had to put the pressure on early, not able quite to do it, knowing they're exposed on this side. Super Young roster, they can play with this edge. Already 2 knocks here, John.
Another one as well as Mert falls. Just 0 standing now for Team Doom, and I think you get spotted out there. No real any way to make that work, and 3 teams remain. Just the Group A players, by the way. This is the last game for all 3 of these teams.
Super Young roster is looking to top the charts here as they finish out their final game of the day. Game Lord remains, though, defending their position right at the top, but Super Young roster with 13 eliminations. This is a big game for them already.
In comes the swing for Swat 69. PNL somehow crosses that road and gets all the way up to the hill with no smoke cover. No idea how he made that happen, but you know what? Congratulations.
A couple of swivels in the buggy. You make it happen with the zigzag. Boy 6 just behind. to see if he can find any shots. Making sure he can scout out. Game Lord really just have smokes and a buggy to their name. Not much else. I mean, the ground is so open at this point in time. CPU and roster almost certainly should be able to clutch this one out with PNL going down to practically no HP, and still the bombardment rains through.
Just peppering the ground around him, but the sliver of HP holds strong for now. DKA boy holding out behind the shack, but the circle will push everybody towards Super Young roster. Game Lord and SWAT 69 playing for placement right now. The backstop for SWAT 69 eliminated. PNL did get a heal off in the meantime, but the position is completely known here by Super Young roster. A nade would do.
Yeah, Narvalo finds the shot on the backside. PNL goes down to some beautiful shots underneath the buggy, and now just Game Lord remain, and Super Young roster have a clear idea of where these guys are playing from. And this uphill battle, it's not going to go well for Game Lord.
Rob's already going down. Narvalo last to stand. 15 eliminations. If they get another one, this is the highest point game so far, but Narvalo's not done. Tam suppressed on that ridgeline, regroups, and Hamodi just hits the deck, plays that forward position. Tam has the bead onto Narvalo, but the shimmy, the shake, Hamodi's up to bat, and Narvalo looks for more. It's another, and Game Lord might steal this away. Tam at the top, the last player for Super Young roster, lands one shot, lands two, but can't quite find the rest of it. Tam finally able to shut down Game Lord. It looked hairy, but at the top of the tables, it's Super Young roster with a 16 elimination chicken dinner.
Narvalo gave them worse for wear in those final moments, and imagine if Robs is stuck up in that situation. Potentially they're able to get that 2v3 in a position which was completely unbelievable, to be honest with you. Fantastic stuff. Let's take a look at the match rankings very quickly. Look at that. Super Young roster, 2,544 damage with 16 eliminations. Once again, putting up a fantastic result. Their second winner chicken dinner of the day, and that'll clear them out.
Fantastic performance there from Super Young roster. They played on that hill, they had control in that final circle, and they absolutely made it work. Game Lord sat just a couple of points above them. I think that might make the difference there. It looked a little bit risky, and you know what? I felt like the Game Lord could have done it there towards the end.
Absolutely. This was a deserving victory from Super Young roster as well, considering they had so many teams that tried to wrestle that position away from their fingers, but they were clutching tight. They weren't letting go of that hillside very easily. It was very, very good. Loved it so much, and I think that for Super Young roster, this is one of those moments where it really does tell a very good story, considering over our 2 days, it's like, are Super Young roster just getting these positions for free? No, Zero had a very good scout position, John, and also the team were able to regroup with him, and then they held onto it with vigor. Looking at this game though, honestly, I'm very surprised that we didn't see Game Lord able to do a little bit more. I think, yeah, their position was still a little bit rough, but to be quite frank with you, I think that Unicorns of Love have done fantastically well. And speaking of Unicorns of Love, there's Icy. Look at this, 7 eliminations, 1,000 damage, and this man has been traveling. He's got his bus ticket, and he's been round Erangel a few times actually at this point, but he was crushing it. And I think that we said at the beginning of the game, Unicorns of Love had to get a few points on board. Well, they really delivered during this match. Zero with the 2 eliminations, honestly, Terminus with the rescue, 246. But John, honestly, a fantastic game overall.
Yeah, very, very solid coming through from there. So really nice to see that they were able to clinch that one out. But unfortunate for Vamos Gaming, who will go down and not have a chance to regroup those points after the end of that game. It's just not going to happen for them. I think they finished that game in 18th place, which means that there is no way that they can qualify for this first Super Weekend, but it is still all to play for the rest of the teams. I mean, there's still a lot going on for the teams down the bottom there. Around the boundary, you're going to be looking at teams like Romanian Boys, like Team PENTA, Team Doom as well, off the back of their performance in that game, going all the way to the end. So very much exciting going into the final game of the day, but we're going to head back to the analyst desk to set us up for the final league play of this week.
And it's time for another player interview here for the PMPL Western Europe Spring Season 2022. Today I have the pleasure to be joined by Icy of Unicorns of Love. So before we get into any questions here, Icy, how you feeling, man? How you doing?
I'm fine, Max. I'm good.
That's all we need to know. That's all we need to hear. Great to have you here for the interview. But first off, I wanted to know, how are your feelings, Icy, before coming into this season of PMPL here for the Western European region?
I feel prepared. I just wanted to come sooner so I can show what I'm made of and what I can accomplish with my team.
Always great things to hear. Normally this is the question why I jump on the topic of changes from last season, but you are, I see, the new addition to the Unicorns of Love team, right? And I wanted to know, how have you merged with this new roster of Unicorns of Love? Now, how do you feel in the team as a whole?
Well, we didn't have much time to train, to be honest, but the synergy is there. It's not perfect, but I think we'll be just fine.
Okay, that's all I can really hope for you guys out there. Hopefully things are going to go just fine in this season. What are your expectations, though, for you and the team of Unicorns of Love coming into this season, though? Do you hope for top 5, or like what's the goal in mind for you guys?
My goal is always top 1, of course. I want to be champion with me and with my team. We always aim big, and we want to win.
It's nice and simple. We love to see it. But coming into this season also, what type of preparation? You say you didn't have too much time to prepare, but I guess there was still some preparation done in the background. What have you done to try and get ready for this event?
Well, we have played loads of tourneys and scrimmages with my team. We had 2 training leagues with mostly PMPL teams. We could see how the other teams are doing in such lobbies and prepare for PMPL.
And what would you say is your ultimate goal / ambition for this year of PUBG Mobile Esports?
Make it to PMGC and finish top 5 there.
And that's all I can really wish for you guys. But now, as I like to do at the end of these interviews, do you have anything you would like to say, I see, potentially to the Unicorns of Love fans out there that are going to support you and your team as the event goes on?
I do have what to tell them. Watch us wreck everyone.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Icy, for the interview. Really appreciate your time, and best of luck going into PMPL.
Thanks, man. See you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Super Young roster taking themselves another chicken dinner. That's 2 on the day for them as they continue to grow on and look ever so good. But so are quite a few other teams, and so are quite a few talent. Jason Kaplan, Max Mem, Kalaris as well, all looking great here on the desk. We're ready to break down the last match. We're going to throw it right into our match rankings. You can see we have about 6 minutes of time, so we're going to hurry on through this so we get the final match of the day ready to go. 31 points, super young roster. I think they broke the record themselves, right, of the most points in the game. It was 30 before, now it's 31.
All I have to say is super young roster. Whoa, they are looking fine here today. I am blown away by what they've been able to do here, not only today, but across, the 2 days as a whole. I didn't fully expect this, but geez, they've proven that they are lords amongst men.
Yeah, some pretty supple type of results coming in. I don't know what that means, but anyways, we're going to go with that. And the fact that 4 Romanian Men did not have a good performance this time around does mean that our top 2 will be different. Game Lord, of course, taking himself a 2nd place with 19 points. They should typically remain in that 1st place. But Super Young roster, I believe, we'll see the overall rankings later. I think there's a big chance that 2nd place has been taken away. But finally, Unicorns of Love, they needed some good results over here and gave themselves those 17 points. That should be their golden ticket to victory to make in the Super Weekend. So Unicorns of Love, done it. That's it for them.
Well, for Doom as well, Kalaris, they were on the bottom 4. They actually get a massive amount of points in this game, potentially put them in reach of breaking through into the top 16. But as we move on now to the 2nd page, Eastern Stars, 1 point. They were not top 16 before. It's not looking good. Also, Vamos, if I'm not mistaken, that was their final game.
Yeah, it was. They played all 8 games, right? That's correct.
Thank you, Kalaris.
Yeah, no problem.
Max, continue.
Oh, did you say Kalaris? Oops.
That's fine. We're used to you interrupting. Continue, Max.
Okay. Yeah, that was their last game, and they're out of making it into the Super Weekend, so that's it. Yeah.
Should we just, James? Do you want to we'll just head off and we'll let Max do
the Max
hosting?
show?
No.
Yeah.
The min-maxer himself. Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that. I'm down for it. Okay, well, anyways, moving past that, maybe we should talk about Game Lord in particular. You know, Claris, you brought up earlier on, I don't know if we were live on air or we were watching the game, but you were talking about how dominant they've been today.
It was live. We were talking about it. The points coming in from them from game to game, it has been double digits all the way. Yesterday was decent. It was okay. It was middling. But today has been an absolute stonker for Game Lord here. And normally, yes, we would go to Max. However, he's interrupted me multiple times, so we're not talking to him when it comes to Game Lord. We're talking to me.
Who's Max?
Yeah, exactly. The min-maxer. But yeah, we've got ourselves Game Lord, and look at what they've been able to put up today. It has been overwhelming, I think. Every single game, they've been in the upper echelons of the placements. They've been getting themselves massive elimination counts as well. And this is the kind of performance you want to see when a team comes in as the reigning, defending, undisputed champion of a US.
This is like a championship caliber team. I'm not gonna let Max talk at all here. I'm just gonna talk over him. I mean, this is ridiculous numbers, and like you said, like this is them defending their title. But I do say this: great, it's league play. You put up some good numbers, but you gotta make it happen when it comes into the Super Weekend, which is just a few days away. Let's jump into our overalls, though. We have about 3 minutes until we're heading to the next match, and there's a lot to talk about here. As on our front page, we will have Super Young roster in first place at 113 points. That is insane. There's a 40-point difference between first and fourth.
Holy moly, that is ridiculous. I mean, I think all of us probably expected Sub Young roster as well as Game Lord to kind of be at that number 1 and 2 spot, but by the margins that they've been able to do it, that's ridiculous. It's not like for Romanian Men or Shockwave or Real Tigers 9 has had kind of a bit of a Barney in regards to results as a whole, but these two teams looking spectacular here so far, Jason.
And what's even more impressive is Game Lord is 0 chicken dinners, and they still have more placement points than Super Young roster. But obviously, the big difference in points comes from those elims, Claris.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we would, of course, when it comes to Game Lord, we could talk to, the professional when it comes to Game Lord and the insights into them. But he's a little bit MIA right now. I probably don't really need to kind of consult him on that. But just a spectacular play. And I think, once Game Lord starts rounding things out with chicken dinners, because they will, and I think it's going to be happening in this upcoming Super Weekend. We could see them number 1 during that as well.
Yeah, and then even big. They were 12th at the start of the day. They had 5th overall in eliminations, but now they're in 6th place. So we're seeing quite a few teams really start to push the envelope here and really want to solidify their place in the top 16. So every team in the top 8 for sure going to be safe. But this is where things get a little bit dangerous down towards the bottom of the leaderboard. 4 Romanian Boys at 31 points. At the moment, that is the current threshold.
Yeah, I think there's going to be 2 spots, I think is fair to say, when it comes to those bottom teams, as we can probably move on to those now. And obviously, we already mentioned that Vamos, they are not going to be going through into that first Super Week. But 5 threats right now, they would have to put up a monster game if they were to try and push up into that top position as well. So for Team Doom and Eastern Stars, especially, I think these are the 2 teams that could potentially threaten. Likewise, when you're looking at that bubble position, when you're looking at 4 Romanian Boys, I think is the one that's in real threat. PENTA as well. It could be dicey.
Yeah, very dicey indeed. But we're going to see what's going to happen. I mean, 5 threats, as you mentioned, they have to pull off like basically a 30-point game if they want to have a chance. 4 Romanian Boys need to be careful not to be eliminated early on. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, really quickly to remind you guys of what's coming up final here in our league play. It's going to be Miramar as our final match of the day, and that will decide which 16 teams will go through into the Super Weekend. So no Game Lord, no Super Young roster, no Spot 69, no Vamos. And that means it's the final chance for these last 4 groups, these last 16 teams to either solidify their spot, break into top 16, or unfortunately have to watch from home. Speaking of watching from home, we're doing just that as we're going to throw it on to our commentators of Blank and Imperium.
Thank you very much, Jason and Calaris Oni. This is it, Blank, the final game of League Week 1. And what makes things so much more difficult for the likes of Team Doom and Eastern Stars is that it's a moving target, right? There's no kind of one team 2 to 3 places ahead of them that have played all 8 games.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. I can't believe we do Max like that. Look, Max is a good guy. He's a good man,
Who's Max?
He's the super glue that holds that desk together, because it's a rickety one, let me tell you that. But yeah, it's a rough one now. Looking for Eastern Stars, they're unsure where they need to end up at the end of the day, and I think that realistically, I'll echo my sentiments from last game. I don't think that they are going to make it in, and it'll be catch up from here on out, and I'll have to rethink some stuff going into that Super Weekend. Take a few notes, a few pointers from other teams, and then perhaps work on it from there. Unicorns of Love, on the other hand, we're super happy about that from that last game.
Yeah, definitely. I was very pleased with Unicorns of Love and how they performed in the last game. A bit of a question popped through my mind as well, and I really hope it's the case. I'm curious on your thoughts on it. Was the engagement onto Eastern Stars by Unicorns of Love in the previous game a targeted attack? I believe so, because Eastern Stars, yes, they're not doing good so far in this league week 1, but they're not a team to be messed with, right? So if you get rid of such a strong team coming into the first Super Weekend, technically it makes your life just that little bit easier.
Maybe. I think that with the way it panned out, I think they've been making that rotation from that Eastern side quite a bit so far, and I think Eastern Stars just happened to be in the wrong crosshairs at the wrong time, right? I don't think that the Unicorns of Love specifically tried to hold them out, but they certainly lost that fight versus Unicorns of Love, even though there was quite a bit of disengage at the same time. I'm not sure if it was, but it certainly does make the Super Weekend a little bit easier, although with the way Eastern Stars were looking, I don't think that they were that much of a threat to Unicorns of Love in the first place. Looking at Miramar, though, we do have this plane path coming down from Campo Militar down to El Pozo, so very northern, which makes me feel like there's going to be a southern circle at some point, but we'll have to wait and see.
I definitely wouldn't say no to, let's say, Minas del Sur, Los Hugos finish for the final game of the day. It would really add some spiciness into the mix. Fortunately, that's not going to be the case as Phase 1 has popped up, gone towards the northeastern side. Eastern Stars, yes, it's very northern plane path, so getting to Impala was always going to have a bit more risk, and it makes sense that they've changed their drop spot to El Pozo.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is a nice circle, actually. It favors absolutely everybody. So looks like we're going to have a clean game to finish off the day as we head into Super Weekend on Friday. But right now, there are a lot of teams already in position, already in place. So I do think this is going to be a bit of a slow start for a lot of teams. Clear Vision, they've got practically all of Picado all to themselves at the moment. So not too much of a big deal there. I think really the only team that's going to struggle that much is probably Big over towards this southwest side. They've got a fair few teams to go through, like Giants. They've got to move through the valleys as well. So not a lot of high ground to be taken on the way up. So you don't get that massive amount of scouting ability. There you can see right at the top of our points leaderboard. Super young roster, 113 points, finishing out this weekend. I'm really glad I did call them a few times, because there were some games where I was like, oh, have I made the wrong decision to hype these guys up? But no, they're here. They're here to show what they can do. And a first place at the end of league play is a great position to be in.
Certainly an impressive start to the PMPL EU West for super young roster. Seems like XTEAM and Romanian Men both had the same idea, right? Group A teams not participating in this final game of the day. That includes the team of Gainlord. They call San Martin their home, so technically that location was free. But when two teams have the same idea, we see that kind of double drop coming through. Doom in the elimination feed, getting a good start against RESQ.
Yeah, honestly, this is a great start, and RESQ continue to take casualties early on in their matches, which isn't great for them, not the best news at all. For Romanian Men here, locked in combat with XTEAM. And when I say combat, this is fairly chilled out. There's just going to be a lot of waiting going on at the moment. Not too much going to happen for a little while. I think people are just, sniffing each other out, seeing what is to be done. But this is San Martin, fairly central, to be honest with you. So not too much going to be happening for quite some time.
Okay, Snowix gets a bit of a cheap kill onto Tudor. You take those. It's not ideal when you're the likes of Romanian Boys currently lying in 16th place with 31 points. Their Super Weekend #1 position is lying in the balance, and losing a player like they just have is really not going to help their mentality, right? Because if you're locked in an engagement team v team, that's okay. You lose a player, that can be the case. But when it's that kind of loss, a little bit of a sneaky one from 5 threats, that's going to annoy you. That's going to kind of peeve 4 Romanian Boys off, I'd imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. When you've got a long way to go as well, it's a rough start, especially losing that to 5 threats. No shade to 5 threats, but right now we can quite confidently say that they are currently our least well-performing team in the lobby at the moment. Clear Vision, on the other hand, these guys have had some good matches on Miramar, but have been fairly quiet today, and not quiet in the sense of Tongji Bao after doing a little bit more. Looking at that team, considering, you know, Tongji Bao is actually doing fairly well. Like, it's just a very chilled out run for them in league play to make it into the Super Weekend. Again, we'll need answers in that Super Weekend when it comes to how well they can perform, but we'll see going forward.
Well, I was talking to Hamodi from Clear Vision on Instagram, and I was asking him, look, how are the team feeling after yesterday's games? What's the mindset? And they're very happy so far with how the PMPL has gone, and off the back of the strong 30 points they garnered in the first 4 games yesterday, they said they were coming into today's games looking to try new things, looking to basically prepare for the Super Weekend. So it kind of makes sense that they have had a quieter day, because they're probably testing out different rotations, different levels of communication, maybe different splits, and that's where it's been a bit hit and miss today.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that hit and miss is something that's happened for a lot of these teams, though. There's only a few teams that I would say haven't really had that kind of attitude to the game. Like Super Young Ross has been very, very consistent game lord, similarly. But PENTA, definitely a hit and miss team as well, sat in 15th place. They've got to be a bit worried, considering, you know, teams are right on their backs at this point in time, and they could be worrying right now whether they actually make it into the Super Weekend. Luckily, they do have this final match to play today, so they can rack up a few more points and hopefully keep themselves safe.
I'm super worried about PENTA in general across this whole PMPL. I really believe there's fundamental negatives in their current playstyle. We've seen it in a number of Erangel games when they rotate away from Military Island, and they'll kind of wait. They might rotate a little bit earlier, but then they full send it. They did it in the previous game as well when you were commentating with John, and we're kind of left going, why did you feel the need to pull it off? Are you not confident in your team's ability to rotate cleanly through the edge of the circle? So I think there's a lot of fundamentals going against them, as 4 Romanian Boys are going to get a bit of double revenge on the 5 threats.
Yeah, this is some serious payback right here. Just a double elimination coming through very, very quickly. So 4 Romanian Boys identified the rotational paths that would be coming through and then immediately put those 2 players to rest. So unfortunate stuff, but 4 Romanian Boys are the 2 players. This will see them safe for the time being. And it's also a great, great thing for them going forward, because, you know, taking out 2 players from 5 threats mean that they're much less of a threat now, and they'll be able to hold on to this high ground position, which is fairly central in the circle right now. So for the future of 4 Romanian Boys, this is good. This is very, very good.
Of course, the more shots they're taking, technically the more noise they are making. They have Doom to the east of them. They have Eastern Stars to the west of them. That's something they're going to need to consider as we do get in towards the tail end of phase number 1. Clear Vision, FTY, pretty close to each other in a very central point of this phase number 1. I've been really happy with FTY in the growth of their performance throughout today's games. I really do put that down to the inclusion of Kale Boy. We saw it earlier on in the day when the analysts talked about the stats of the players, and I know from talking to FTY Addis specifically that they were very excited to have Kale Boy available to play today's games, and they were confident that the performances would improve compared to yesterday.
And they have done, let's be honest, they absolutely have done. I think Cowboy's done a great job coming into the roster today to maybe fill in those leaks here and there, you know, plug up those holes, and I think he's done that fantastically. And FTY have looked much, much better for it. I think they've been getting towards those latter half of the circles many, many times over. Next circle towards La Cobreria, just that south side, there's still a lot of that high ground available, and 4 Romanian Boys can be whooping for joy at the moment, being sat right on the top top of that mountain is going to give them a lot of coverage going into the later halves of this game. So really, really well done there. PENTA, on the other hand, again, we don't want to see this slapdash rotation at this point. No. This is usually when it comes through. For Romanian Men, though, they're looking to move out of this position. Before they can do that, they need to get rid of the players from XTEAM.
They're pushing on in. Beg for Mercy can do absolutely nothing about it. Great solidified push by the members of 4 Romanian Men, keeping themselves together. XTEAM now down to 2 because Syx has just been knocked down to his knees. Dewey getting a little bit of information on the roof of the building. I believe that is FTY shooting from a distance, so that's something that 4 Romanian Men will have to be careful of.
I mean, now that they've got information where Zombie is as well, they can kind of lock down the position of the final player next team in Nightmare. So this is good stuff. And for Romanian Men, they're still in a position where they can hold this area for a fairly long time down towards Hacienda del Patron. So there is still opportunity, but just looking at the map, I mean, when it comes back up again, you'll be able to see just how rough the terrain is around this area. There's a lot of awkward choke points you're going to have to get through later on in the game. PENTA right now, luckily they don't have to make one of these slapdash rotations because on this northern side they're sitting fairly nicely, taking a leaf out of Shockwave's book, who is just a bit further to their north actually, trying to stay out of the action as long as possible as per usual. But I do think if they run into PENTA, it's going to be one of those cases where a lot of the onus will be on PENTA there. They need to win that fight, and once they do, they can start to rack up those points once again.
Where have the 3 elimination points come for PENTA so far in this game? I'm kind of thinking off the top of my head as 4 Romanian Boys continue to get the push onto XTEAM, and now there's just 1 player left standing in the hands of Zombie. Has it been, no, not 1 player of 4 Romanian Boys. I think maybe Real Tigers 9 and 2 players of 5 threats, it seems, has been the reason why PENTA has got 3 elimination points so far.
No, we watched 4 Romanian Boys get those revenge points onto 5 threats, remember?
Oh my God, yes, you're right.
It was actually Rescue. They had some really good shots plink off over towards Rescue side, blew up a couple of vehicles, are able to take them out that way. So there's where most of PENTA's points have come from, which is actually lucky in my opinion, because they're able to see exactly what happens when you make a slapdash rotation like that. Like, if that was us, maybe we shouldn't do that. Yeah, that looks bad. We picked up points this way. We don't want to lose points this way, which is why maybe they're set pretty up towards the northwest side of water treatment. But I want to keep seeing them up there. Eastern Stars, you got Doran up on high, keeping this one going. They've got most of their members still up. They can still have a cracker of a game and get into the Super Weekend, but it will have to be one hell of a cracker of a game, to be honest with you.
I want to see the Binny Bad, the real warlord himself, Eastern Stars, Kapahala, fire into this final game with fists of fury. The next shift has gone through blank and it's up towards Le Cabrera. That means Craterfield's hillside is a bit of a priority if you're looking to lock down the high ground.
Yeah, currently it'd be Eastern Stars and 4 Romanian Boys fighting for that. 4 Romanian Boys actually having the high ground already is great, but TJB currently in front of them will pose a little bit of an issue. So they'll have to deal with that when the time comes. FTY all in the vehicles ready to go. Ardis currently taken down, so just 3 players now remaining for FTY. But again, this is where things start to get a little bit more rough. Right, it's specifically because of the rough terrain. La Cabrera would be a lovely place for teams to set up in, but right now there's no real option to think to yourself, let's head to La Cabrera right now, because you're giving up high ground, which you can take control of right now.
Yeah, I don't want to see any team in La Cabrera phase 3. Absolutely, positively. No way, Jose. TJB, team that also looking fairly good on the northern side of the Craterfields hillside. They've been able to pick up an elimination point onto one of the members of Clear Vision to whittle them down to 3 and keep them down in the compound on the low ground just to give them a little bit more space. But I believe that's one of the 4 Romanian Boys players firing up towards TJB.
Yeah, I think they're taking a couple of shots back. You need to make sure that teams know that you're not to be messed with, to be honest with you. Even if you can take shots down towards us, we're not just going to sit back and let it happen. Giants take down one player from Big, who have slowly tailed off after this day, but still some really, really good improvements, in my opinion, coming through from Big. And hopefully they can carry that through to the Super Weekend itself. GK first here. Not seen too much of this guy for a little while, but on board with him at the moment. This guy was one hell of a fragger back in previous seasons when he was on Unicorns of Love, when he was on Panda. He was really the linchpin of those teams.
He is knocked. Giants looking to gain control on the western edge of the circle. Eastern Stars opted to disengage away from the massive high ground to try and control a little bit more on that western side. And I gotta say, it makes sense. They're bunched up together, but I really like the variability as we're about to get in towards this phase 4. Lovely suppressing shots for Nano, baby.
Swave tries to take some shots, make sure that they're known, even as Giants leave, but Big is in a precarious situation now. Vehicles are fairly pumped full of bullets and not likely to take them too far. And with Real Tiger 9 coming up behind you, you've just left a fight and you're directly into a new one. Most teams still congregating around these high ground spots, just trying to get it where you can. With this La Cobraria shift, though, there is going to be a mass migration. And luckily for Eastern Stars, taking the low road when there really wasn't anywhere else for them to go here, it's worked out for them massively. They're going to take one right on the south edge, and this is perfect to basically hold back the storm of players, which is going to be coming their way very soon.
But I also think that northwestern corner of this phase 4 is a really hidden marker for a team to go to. I'm looking at Giants more specifically, maybe Real Tigers 9 as 4 Romanian Men looking to take the fight to Doom. Doom looking for every point they can get their hands on. Currently 17th with 30 points coming into this final game. Unreal. A little bit further up on the edge of the hill, the 3 players, his 3 teammates further back. I don't mind, but I also don't fully agree because I think Unreal is a little bit too exposed on his own.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And I think now with Team Doom out in the open, still okay for them. 4 Romanian Boys, not able to quite maneuver this vehicle properly. RT9, this is what I was talking about, moving up behind Big. They just come out of a fight. They're trying to make this one work, but I think that both those teams are going to cause each other massive issues. And 4 Romanian Boys also getting into the mix now from the high ground position they had. But Tongjiabao actually taken down by Giants. Okay, this is great news. But Eastern Stars, once again, fighting back.
They went for a bit of a double split. Tongjiabao, they paid the ultimate price. Big, fighting in the blue. They're going to try and hold on as long as they can. XTEAM, they're eliminated. We're being whittled down now to 13 teams, 40 players. That does make it potentially easier for the teams who are really fighting to secure their spot in this first Super Weekend blank. For Romanian Boys, one of those teams holding on to the gatekeeping spot of 16th coming into this game.
Yeah, and they know this. They absolutely know this, which is why they've tried so hard to keep hold of their 3 players. Playing it as safe as possible on the position they're on. Michi goes down to the play zone. Again, though, I have got all eyes on Eastern Stars. Now I was fairly certain they weren't going to be making it into the Super Weekend, but there is a chance now. There is absolutely a chance. And Unicorns of Love, though, they've really turned it on in these final moments of the second day of league play. Currently all the way on that eastern edge of La Cobraria to make this one work. Team Doom cycling all the way up to the top side by PENTA. A bit of a weird ending to this game.
Well, I mentioned a possible island finish. I don't think I could ask for a bit of a better second option in terms of the Cabrera finish, because it's a very unknown area of the map for the game to finish, and teams might not be as familiar with it. Gotta say, very sensible rotation from Penta off the back of the circle shift going to the north side of La Cabrera. Less likely to have teams around that area.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of teams have had to make some slick decisions. I think Shockwave is most put out by this because they were expecting to move down from their position. But recently, these circles have been coming to them. Shockwave now in a bit of an awkward spot. The 2 players, Seiko and Minus. 5 threats around them, equally also down to just 2.
Oh, Snowix needs to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge back around the side of the doorway to keep himself alive. You can see in the elimination feed, Giants taking a bit of a fight. Unfortunately for 4 Romanian Boys against them, I believe that's an initial knock and confirmation coming through. Maybe a second to leave Poco, the last player up for 4 Romanian Boys. It's going to put them in a hell of a lot of trouble as clearer vision coming into this game. 13th, absolutely not guaranteed. Are probably more likely to stay alive and keep themselves in this super weekend.
Like you said, though, honestly, it's a moving target, but if 4 Romanian Boys go out now, it sets things up nicely for Eastern Stars. 5 threats trying to take down these 2 players from Shockwave, but already a player goes down.
Nice to see Shockwave taking a fight and winning a fight. I know it's against currently the lowest performing team in PMPL EUS, but you have to start somewhere, right? You have to start to get noisy, gain some confidence, and that's good for Shockwave as the circle shifts down south, and we still have a Le Cabrera finish.
Yeah, here in La Cobreria, though, it's great news for Eastern Stars, and I've got to praise them for this because they had Athis on the northern side of the road and then 2 players right on these western buildings. So, depending on where the circle went, they had a really, really good option available to themselves to move out of here. And Athis immediately, once this circle popped down towards the south, moved from that north building and moved down to the rest of his teammates. So, they really had a lot covered, and that was because they had the pick of the litter early on in the game, and they really took advantage of that. There's not enough teams at the moment who, when they have all the spots and they know they have all the spots available to them, they don't immediately try and take positions which are going to favor them maybe 10 minutes down the line. And this was very, very smart from Eastern Stars. Again, though, if 4 Romanian Boys go out now, it really opens things up for them because I think it's realistically around 15, 16, 17 points they'd need. There we go. Out. I mean, I may have cast a curse them, but that's okay because now this allows me to work with my calculations. We're going to see on the top side of the screen the points the 4 Romanian Boys ended up on in just a second, which is, come on, 37 points. So 23 to 37. That's what we're looking for. 15 total, 16 to overlap.
That moving target has finally moved to a non-moving target for the likes of Team Doom and Eastern Stars. Vodafone Giants looking good on the south side in the open ground. They do have clear vision down below. The next circle centers up. Well, not really centers up because it moves out of Le Cabrera. Eastern Stars, they have their biggest test right in front of them.
Yeah, now they have to move down. I mean, they are in a good position to do it. Remember, they picked a building right on the western edge, so they have ability to move out of here without getting clumped up in the action. And with most teams off towards that northeastern side, they're going to have to deal with one another first. So I'm just wondering when that move is going to happen from Eastern Stars. Again, it might be later rather than sooner, considering there's really not a lot of area to take up residence in on that southern edge. It's just open ground, some roads, etc. And Giants can kind of move in here from the top side, from the mountain, and cause some real problems. Again, though, I think it is 15 points for Eastern Stars at this point in time total to overlap over the guys from 4 Romanian Boys. So this is not a win they need. It's just a strong finish in that top 3 position.
Just with the amount of teams around them, it makes things so much harder as Pocus opens the door into Penta and says, hello there. Penta with a double knock, and just like that, they go for the wild push into the edge of the circle, and they are out of here. Penta's journey, Penta's fight for the Super Weekend #1 is very much under pressure because Team Doom, they're still alive. Eastern Stars, they're still alive. But how are Eastern Stars going to continue to deal with the teams that are around them? 4 Romanian Men, Team Doom, Unicorns of Love, even Shockwave in the mix as Daddy in towards the smoke doesn't quite find that player from Shockwave.
Eastern Stars just edged their way onto the very much corner of this compound. Unicorns of Love moving in on Shockwave now. One goes down already, Minus. Now Seiko drops a smoke, but that's the best he can do here. Most likely he will go down to the blue. I see once again. Come on.
We listened to the interview that Max had with him before this game, and my god, he has such goals, and I gotta say, for such a young age as well, just hitting 16 recently, I think he has a very strong, mature head on him, at least in terms of how he answered the questions Max dealt to him, and the gameplay really echoes that. So talented, so strong, he's ready to perform and win with the rest of his team. Athos does get a knock, but it's going to be a return fire as Icy and the rest of the Unicorns Love crew are going to put pressure on the 4 Romanian men.
Icy goes down. It's just Daddy over the side, but Unicorns of Love are out now. Now 4 teams remaining. Eastern Stars just need to ensure they don't go out 4th place. If they finish the game in 3rd, they will have 15 points and will have made it into the Super Weekend against all odds. But look where they are. They're trying to keep teams back up again, but they have made it. Regardless of what happens now, it is all good.
Last gasp attempt for Eastern Stars, the final game of League Week on the map that I would argue is their strongest map in PUBG Mobile. It's where I started to really look at how they were performing in this game many moons ago. They're looking to secure their spot in this first Super Weekend. An elimination on towards Giants Gaming, should I say, but it's not going to be a confirmation per se. Giants up to a full squad, but they're in the corner of the sideline. Sarah fires up, star player for 4 Romanian men. Amongst the might that they have, it's a double knock. It's a confirmation. Eastern Stars can do nothing, and they're out of here.
Regardless of that, they have punched their ticket. Good stuff from them. Dewey goes down. Giants always had a very good shout into this game, and they'll finish it up with a win as well. Beautiful stuff going through from Giants, circling round on that southwest side to play from the hill. Again, those circles were not easy to play, Imperium. Not easy at all.
I sympathize genuinely with a lot of these teams' unusual shifts, going to locations that the teams wouldn't be very familiar with. But that is also why, for the most part, I do say don't commit to a city too early. I'm not saying a lot of teams did, but I really think Giants Gaming benefited from the fact that they didn't full send it into the city, that they held onto the high ground. They had a wonderful spread all throughout that game.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really have much choice either, but I think they made it work with what they were given to them, right? When that circle does come down their way, they're like, right, we have a game plan now to that winning position. So very, very well done to them. And versus 4 Romanian men, no less, who are one of our top teams in the lobby. Eastern Stars, though, I think they kind of realized as soon as they hit that 3rd spot what had happened and what kind of position that they would be in. Again, maybe they weren't crunching all the numbers in their head at the time, but I would imagine they're biting their fingers right now with how that went out. But I'm pretty sure they'll be happy with the result at the end of the day.
Yeah, looking at the round report, you can really kind of take a bit of a look at who stood out the most. And Giants Gaming, Ulysses, Pocus, and then of course Icy with the highest damage, and Top Traveler. Even though he's not featured, I do believe, in my opinion, that the standout player for Giants Gaming has been Salazar. I think he's been a real breath of fresh air for this roster. I think he's brought a lot of motivation, a lot of personal level of I need to prove myself in a roster that maybe feel like they already had, that didn't really have a lot of motivation, and Salazar has really brought that to the team.
Yeah, what I will say about Salazar is he kind of brings back those UDR killer vibes, right? Where he was just flying in, and we'll be flying out right now as we head to a break, and we'll catch you on Friday.
to PMPL. This is the first season of the year, and it is the second day of league play. But before we can break down the last match and, of course, talk to you about the 16 teams are going through in our first Super Weekend, we're going to talk about our partner, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at the PMPL. Hopefully, we're going to have him back here in next season, and hopefully Max has chugged one because he needs to be paying attention here when I call Kolaris' name. But let's bring him in. Let's start to break down this last match. Max looks very worried.
Naughty.
But either way, it's fine. He doesn't realize he's muted in a VMix. It's cool. But going into this last match, Kolaris, how that finish was kind of expected from what I was understanding from you and Max talking.
That's correct, because we are prophets, we are clairvoyant, we understand, well, admittedly, we have every single piece of information we require to be able to make these calls, so that helps. But basically, long story short, when the circles are looking like that and Giants has the position that they do, 12 minutes before this game ends, as long as the circles are not ridiculously harsh to them, they are going to have that game. That was very much so textbook. You take those hills, you kind of control from that position onwards, and Giants, had it in the bag, Max.
Yeah, I mean, Giants literally what they were doing there was just waiting while all the other teams were fighting inside the compound, the city nearby, and they were just waiting it out really for the late game, and they pushed in, got the win. It's literally one of the wins that if they didn't get it, I would be genuinely surprised. So yeah, it was the Giants win through and through.
All right, let's take a look at our match standings, then get an idea of the points all the teams to get besides Giants, and more importantly for like Eastern Star, for the likes of Five Threats, teams who were trying to break through even for Romanian Boys into our top 16. We can see Eastern Star's got themselves 15. I think it should be enough, as you heard Blank saying during the match, that it should be enough to get them through into our first Super Weekend. But there's some other teams out there that are looking a little bit iffy here.
Yeah, they had Eastern Stars had 23 points, I think, going into this one, or something around there. So 15 points puts them at 48. That should be enough, but I mean, talk about skinnier teeth here, Max. If that's the case, then we still need to see a lot more out of this team going into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about, tiebreakers and how teams are going to try and qualify. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if we're close to a tiebreaker towards that 16th position. So we'll see how things actually panned out. But at least this is what we expected from Eastern Stars if they wanted to have a chance to qualify in the first Super Weekend. So good to see. And also, I'm happy to see Unicorns of Love did get some better results in the second day. It was looking a little bit wonky on the first day, but it seems like they're back on track to get some at least good consistency on board.
Okay, well, consistency is key here. Now, taking out the second page. Big fought a little bit short here in the last match, but again, they were looking like relatively clean to qualify. Quite a few teams were looking very clean to qualify, so I'm not going to be too harsh on them whatsoever. And they had the ability to maybe mess with some other teams' chances. You can see Five Threats here with only 4 points, so unfortunately, that will be another team who does not qualify here into our Super Weekend. Team Doom as well. I'm not so sure if 3 was going to be enough, but we'll find out very, very shortly.
Yeah, it's a good question, because for Romanian Boys, obviously, I think that I can't remember how many points that they got from this game, but yeah, they were just 1 point ahead of Team Doom going into this game, so it is going to be a close call for sure.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our overalls then. Our first 8 teams that we'll be playing in our very first Super Weekend here at PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022. We do have super young roster closing things out in first place. So for Romanian Men, we're not able to close that gap. However, still having 3 teams at 100+ points is pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive for Romanian Men actually able to close that gap a little bit more towards the end, but not quite able to get the chicken dinner. Otherwise, it could have been a chance to be in that first place. But the one big surprise when I'm looking at this page, I'm happy to see a team be up here, but can they remain in that position in the Super Weekend is going to be Shockwave. We said it, the times where they have these big games, of course, that's where they get most of their points, but they also have those like 14th, 15th, 16th place that do happen sometimes, and that does scare me a little bit heading into the first Super Weekend. So Shockwave, if they play on their A game, on a good average, of course, going into the Super Weekend, I think they could hopefully remain on the first page, but I want to see a little bit more from Shockwave before I'm actually sold on their performance here.
Okay, I think that's understandable, and I think there's actually a couple of teams as well, like Real Tigers 9 UK. I want to see if they can maintain this level into the Super Weekend. But real quick question here, Max. I don't know why it popped in my head. How would you say Shockwave in French?
On the shock. There you go.
That's really
bad.
Yeah, I actually like that. I like that. All right. Well, we take a look at our second page, though. These are going to be our last 8 teams that will be participating. Eastern Stars have been able to make it at 38 points. That is such a low threshold. We see PENTA as well with 43.
Yeah, I mistakenly thought they had 33 points, but they had 23 points. It was even closer than I thought it was going to be. Oh, they ended up with 38.
1 point.
1 point ahead.
Oh.
Oh, no.
I feel bad for Romanian Boys though after that. Like, you gotta feel bad for the guys, but hey, it is what it is. Top 16 make it to the first Super Weekend, but Team Doom also, your guilty pleasure, Kalaris, they're not making it.
Yeah, unfortunately, doomed to not be in the Super Weekend. But I believe in the bounce back in the upcoming weeks, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly, right? There are upcoming weeks, and for any of these bottom 4 teams, if they qualify next weekend, that means teams who already did qualify in the first Super Weekend won't be requalified, meaning there is a chance for them to close that gap. Remember, it's just top 16 at the end of all of our Super Weekends to make it into the finals. So it's very doable for any of these teams to still come back and still have a chance to win that first place prize. But Eastern Stars, I mean, still for me, this isn't, and I don't want to harsh them too much, but I feel like I have to, because it's Kapahal and the boys, it's the Warlord. They are not living up to the hype that they put on for us for the entirety of last year.
It is fair to say, really fair as an assessment as a whole. It would be interesting to kind of look at where they were sat at in some of those previous seasons and kind of compare that to where they are right now. I think they also probably will step back away from this. They have a day's time, do a little bit of soul searching, see how they're going to kind of approach the Super Weekend, because we know that they're very capable of more than what we've seen from them over these past 2 days.
Yeah, exactly, as you said, and also we've got to keep in mind, right, if this is the first time you're looking at PMPL, these points do not really matter in the grand scheme of this PMPL, right, to make it into the finals. So as long as they pick up the pieces and do well in the Super Weekend, we'll forget about these last 2 days as just being part of the past. But as of right now, this is definitely not the level of play we expected from this top team.
And I think the last note here for all of us to discuss really quickly is we're not sure how PMGC qualification works this year yet, right? Last year, it was based off your points you accumulated across all Super Weekends and finals throughout both PMPL seasons. If you want to have a chance, or your best chance to get into PMGC, right, is to put up your best performance every single week in the Super Weekend and to maintain that performance to maybe get that slot into PMGC, if it does work out that way. Remember, what I'm saying, I don't know how it's going to work. None of us know how it's going to work necessarily, but that's how it worked last year. So there's a lot of pressure now on these teams going into our first match on Friday to put up points as much as you can, consistently as you can, because you can have that chance to be the champion, to be the one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in here for today. I thought we were going to have a conversation on it, but I took it all the way myself because I love to hear myself chat. You guys can hear me chat more, though, on Friday, because tomorrow will be a day off. We'll be back here all bright and early, or I guess bright and early for me, normal time for you guys, on Friday for our first day of our very first Super Weekend.